The story of Charlemagne, king of the Franks and Lombards, begins and arguably culminates on Christmas Day in the year 800, inside the magnificent Basilica of St. Peter in Rome. A man who knelt in prayer as a king rose as an emperor of the Romans, an event orchestrated by Pope Leo III to resurrect the Western Roman Empire, which had been defunct for over 300 years. The moment was meticulously choreographed theater, ending with the crowd acclaiming, "To Charles Augustus, crowned by God, great and pacific emperor of the Romans." This seemingly spontaneous transformation, however, is clouded by mystery. Charlemagne's own biographer, Einhard, insisted the king was completely surprised and displeased, declaring he would never have entered the church had he known Leo's intent. This claim strains belief, as Charlemagne was, perhaps, the most politically astute ruler of his age. The mystery lies in the dramatic contradiction. Was the surprise genuine, or a calculated performance to deflect the diplomatic catastrophe it would cause with the Byzantine Empire, where the legitimate Roman emperor already sat in Constantinople? The coronation was certainly the culmination of a deep alliance between the Frankish throne and the papacy, built on mutual need. To understand the man who wore the crown, we must travel back half a century to a world where his family did not yet rule. The Frankish kingdom was governed by the Merovingian do-nothing kings, rois fainéants, ceremonial ghosts whose sacred long hair symbolized their royal blood. Real power, however, rested with the mayor of the palace. Charlemagne's grandfather, Charles Martel, nicknamed the Hammer, seized this position after civil war in 718. He systematically crushed threats and achieved legendary fame at the Battle of Tours in 732, an encounter that cemented his reputation as the undisputed defender of Christendom against the Umayyad Caliphate. Martel ruled until 741, technically still a servant, bound by tradition that required a Merovingian to wear the crown. The revolution required to replace this old order was carried out by his son, Pepin the Short. Born between 742 and 748, Charlemagne grew up watching his short but strong father exercise absolute power. In 751, Pepin sought legitimacy from Pope Zachary, asking, "Who should rightfully be called king? The man who holds the title, or the man who holds the power?" The Pope's revolutionary answer allowed Pepin to dissolve 3 centuries of Merovingian rule. The last Merovingian king, Childeric III, had his sacred long hair cut short, symbolically stripping him of divine right before he was sent to a monastery. Pepin was then anointed with holy oil by a papal representative, a ceremony borrowed from Old Testament kings, replacing ancient bloodline with divine approval mediated by the papacy. Charlemagne, about 9 years old, witnessed this profound shift. Pepin repaid the papacy by crossing the Alps in 754 to defend Rome against the Lombards, establishing the Papal States, a partnership that bound spiritual and temporal power. When Pepin died in 768, he divided the kingdom between his 2 sons, Charlemagne and Carloman, a design that immediately guaranteed conflict due to their intermingled territories. Open hostility flared when Carloman refused to aid his older brother during a rebellion in Aquitaine. For 3 years, the kingdom teetered on the edge of civil war until Carloman suddenly died in December 771, likely illness. Charlemagne moved swiftly, seizing his brother's heartland territories, while Carloman's widow fled with her sons to the court of Desiderius, the Lombard king in Italy. Charlemagne was now the undisputed master of Francia. he immediately turned his attention to conquest. In 772, he launched the first phase of the Saxon Wars, aiming for total conquest and forced conversion of the pagan tribes. He struck at the symbolic heart of Saxon belief, destroying the Irminsul, a great sacred pillar, in an act of theological warfare. Though his army withdrew, Charlemagne was catastrophically wrong to think resistance was broken. This brutal war would consume the next 3 decades of his life. The following year, he conquered Italy, responding to Pope Adrian's appeal against the aggressive Lombard king Desiderius. Charlemagne moved swiftly across the Alps, outflanking the Lombard defenses. While besieging Pavia, Charlemagne visited Rome in 774, experiencing a profound vision of Christian civilization amid crumbling ruins. He renewed his father's donation to the papacy. Pavia surrendered, Desiderius was imprisoned, and Charlemagne took the Iron Crown of Lombardy, becoming king of 2 realms. A major setback occurred in 778 when Charlemagne, pursuing expansion into Spain, was forced to retreat after a failed siege at Zaragoza. While crossing the Roncesvalles Pass, his rear guard, commanded by the prefect Roland, was ambushed and annihilated by Basque mountaineers. This minor military failure, a humiliation for the king, was later transformed by the 11th century Chanson de Roland, Song of Roland, into an epic, heroic last stand against a vast Muslim army, cementing Charlemagne's image in legend. Governing an empire stretching from the Atlantic to the Elbe required innovation. Charlemagne created the Missi Dominici, envoys of the Lord, trusted officials who traveled in pairs, a bishop and a count, to audit local administration, functioning as the king's eyes and ears. He issued hundreds of capitularies, royal decrees, detailing everything from military organization to standardized weights and measures, revealing a mind obsessed with order. Uniquely, he refused to establish a fixed capital, moving his ambulatory court constantly to project authority and prevent the draining of any single region. To give his Christian empire an intellectual foundation, Charlemagne launched the Carolingian Renaissance. He imported scholars like Alcuin of York to lead the palace school. This institution taught the 7 liberal arts and mandated the establishment of schools in every monastery and cathedral. Crucially, scribes developed the Carolingian minuscule, a clear, legible script that became the standard across Europe and is the direct ancestor of modern lowercase letters. The copying campaigns in the scriptoria preserved the vast majority of classical Latin texts, Virgil, Cicero, etc., that survive today. Ironically, the emperor himself remained functionally illiterate, practicing forming letters in bed without mastering the skill. The empire's growth continued in the east, with the defeat of the nomadic Avars between 791 and 796. The capture of the Avar ring yielded a staggering treasure, 15 wagon loads of gold and silver, which financed his kingdom's ambitions for years. The Saxon Wars finally concluded when the leader of the resistance, Widukind, submitted and was baptized in 785. Although resistance continued, Charlemagne's methods became draconian, culminating in the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxoniae, making most pagan acts capital crimes, and a strategy of mass deportations, forcibly relocating thousands of Saxon families. By 804, after 33 years of bloodshed and cultural annihilation, Saxony was pacified, permanently altering the religious map of Europe. In 794, Charlemagne chose Aachen as his permanent capital, building a magnificent palace complex around its hot springs. The crown jewel was the Palatine Chapel, modeled on the Byzantine church of San Vitale in Ravenna, where his elevated throne symbolized his role as the link between heaven and earth. The coronation crisis arrived early. In 799, Pope Leo III was attacked by conspirators and fled to Charlemagne for protection. In 800, Charlemagne traveled to Rome to preside over an inquiry into the Pope's actions, a stunning assertion of royal authority over ecclesiastical matters. By having Leo clear himself through an oath of purgation, Charlemagne revealed that the Pope owed his restored authority to the Frankish king's armed might. 2 days later, Leo repaid that debt with the imperial crown. The resulting diplomatic crisis with the Byzantine Empire lasted over a decade. Empress Irene and her successors viewed the coronation as an act of grotesque presumption. There could only be one Roman emperor. The conflict was resolved only in 812, when Emperor Michael I recognized Charlemagne as emperor, but pointedly refused to acknowledge him as Emperor of the Romans, a concession Charlemagne accepted. Charlemagne spent his final years dealing with the inevitable succession. He had initially planned to divide the empire among his 3 legitimate sons. However, tragedy struck. Pepin, king of Italy, died in 810, and Charles the Younger died in 811. Only Louis the Pious, a man better suited to a monastery than a battlefield, remained. In 813, at Aachen, Charlemagne forced a change in tradition, having Louis crown himself from the altar, thus asserting that the imperial dignity belonged to the Carolingian bloodline, independent of Rome's mediation. Charlemagne died on January 28, 814, aged about 72, after a sudden fever. He was buried swiftly in the Palatine Chapel. His empire did not last long without him. Louis the Pious lacked his father's force of personality, and his attempts to divide the empire among his own sons led to devastating civil wars. The conflict concluded in 843 with the Treaty of Verdun, which permanently divided the unified empire into 3 competing kingdoms: West Francia, Church France, East Francia, Church Germany, and the unstable Middle Kingdom. Charlemagne's administrative systems crumbled, defenses failed against Viking raiders, and the idea of a unified Christian empire was shattered. Despite the fragmentation of his empire, Charlemagne's legacy is immense. He transformed into a mythic figure, especially through the Chanson de Roland. His true achievements include the preservation of classical learning, the Carolingian Renaissance and minuscule script, the establishment of the template for the Holy Roman Empire, the permanent expansion of Christendom into Saxony, and the creation of political fault lines that still defined modern Europe, especially the borders between France, Germany, and Italy. Charlemagne was a figure of profound contradictions: the illiterate king who saved literacy, the pious Christian who ordered massacres, whose empire was built on foundations of blood and iron. 12 centuries later, his shadow remains long, manifesting in institutions, political patterns, and the very script we use today. Now, close your eyes. Let the ink of the history books dissolve into the living air of the past. Imagine you are there, inside the cavernous nave of Old St. Peter's Basilica. It is December 25th, the year 800. The air is cold, far colder than modern churches, a biting chill that seeps through wool and linen, carrying the heavy, resinous scent of frankincense and the metallic tang of hundreds of unwashed bodies pressed together in the dark. The only light comes from the flickering constellation of thousands of beeswax candles, casting long, dancing shadows against the ancient mosaics. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. In the dim light, the king of the Franks kneels before the Confessio of St. Peter. He is a giant of a man, even kneeling, historians estimate. He stood over 6 feet tall, towering over his contemporaries like an oak in a field of wheat. He wears the tunic of a Roman patrician today, a rare departure from his preferred simple Frankish trousers and otterskin vest, perhaps the first clue that this day is unlike any other. He is deep in prayer, his head bowed, the murmur of the Mass washing over him like a tide. Then Pope Leo III approaches. The pontiff holds a golden object that catches the candlelight, a crown heavy with gems. In a moment that feels suspended in time, Leo lowers it onto Charlemagne's silver-grey hair. The silence shatters. The Romans erupt, their voices bouncing off the wooden rafters in a roar of acclaim. "Life and victory to Charles," they shout. But look closely at the king's face. Is that the flash of triumph or the tightening of a jaw in annoyance? Even 1200 years later, we cannot be sure if this was the greatest honor of his life or a diplomatic trap he walked into with his eyes wide open. He rises no longer just a king, but an emperor, bearing the weight of a title that had been dead in the West for centuries. But the crown is heavy, and the winter air is cold. To understand how this man, who once formed crude letters on wax tablets in his bed, came to hold the world in his hands, we must leave the candlelit glory of Rome. We must let the chanting fade and travel back into the mist, back to a time before he was born, to see the world that made him. The mist of time dissolves, and we find ourselves far from the incense and marble of St. Peter's, standing instead under the grey, weeping skies of northern Gaul in the mid-8th century. The air here tastes different. It is heavy with the scent of wet earth, pine resin, and wood smoke curling from the hearths of great timber halls. This is the kingdom of the Franks, a land of deep forests and rushing rivers, where the ghost of Rome is a fading memory etched into crumbling aqueducts and repurposed stones. We have stepped into a world governed by a dynasty that is slowly turning into a collective ghost, the Merovingians. They are known as the Reges Creniti, the long-haired kings, a title that sounds like a fairy tale, but is a matter of deadly serious statecraft. For centuries, the legitimacy of the Frankish crown has rested not just on blood, but on the magical properties believed to reside in the king's uncut locks. To shear a Merovingian king is to unmake him, to sever his connection to a mythical past that claims descent from a sea beast, the Kinotaur. It is a strange twilight era where magic and politics are knotted together like roots in the soil. Imagine the king, perhaps Childeric III, the last of his line, sitting on a wooden throne in a draughty hall. He is a figure of striking, almost tragic beauty, his hair cascading down his back, his beard long and untouched, his robes woven with gold threads that catch the firelight. But his eyes are empty of command. He is a roi fainéant, a do-nothing king, a term that history has pinned to him with a mix of mockery and pity. In this peculiar political theater, the king is merely a prop. He possesses a title, a throne, and a very impressive head of hair. But he owns almost no land and commands no armies. His existence is a ritual. Once a year, he is wheeled out to the General Assembly of the Franks, the Marchfield, to greet his people. And here lies a detail that has puzzled and amused historians for centuries. The king does not arrive on a war horse, clad in armor, surrounded by steel. Instead, he travels in a rustic cart drawn by oxen, driven by a simple cowherd. Einhard, Charlemagne's devoted biographer, writing decades later, describes this scene with dripping sarcasm, painting a portrait of a king so impoverished and pathetic that he has to hitch a ride with the farm animals. It is a funny image, a monarch bumping along a muddy road at 2 miles per hour, waving regally at the cows. However, modern scholars suggest that Einhard, in his zeal to make Charlemagne's family look like saviors, might have misunderstood or deliberately twisted the truth. The ox cart was not a sign of poverty. It was likely an ancient, sacred tradition, a link to a pre-Christian fertility cult where the king blessed the fields for the harvest. The do-nothing king wasn't lazy. He was a talisman, a living idol whose job was simply to be, ensuring the sun shone and the crops grew, while other men handled the messy business of ruling. It is a quiet tragedy, really, to be a man whose only purpose is to serve as a symbol, trapped in a gilded cage of tradition while the world changes around him. While the Merovingian king sat in his cart, the real world was being forged in the sweating, noisy, chaotic chambers of the Mayor Domus, the mayor of the palace. This was the true engine room of the Frankish kingdom. The mayor was technically a servant, the head of the royal household. But over generations, the position had evolved into a hereditary dictatorship. The mayor managed the treasury, led the armies, appointed the dukes, and whispered the words the king would parrot from the throne. It was a symbiotic relationship that had curdled into awkwardness. The king had the magic, but the mayor had the sword. And the family holding this sword was the Pippinids, the ancestors of Charlemagne. They were men of a different metal, pragmatic, ruthless, and terrifyingly energetic. They did not care for long hair or sea beast myths. They cared for results. They spent their days in the saddle, their nights in war councils, and their lives stitching together a fractured landscape of squabbling dukes and restless tribes. The tension in the kingdom is palpable, like the heavy electric silence before a summer storm. You can feel it in the corridors of the palace, where courtiers bow low to the long-haired king, but then hurry to receive their actual orders from the mayor. It is a precarious balance. The Franks are a warrior people, deeply conservative, bound by oaths of loyalty. They know the Merovingians are divinely appointed, yet they see the Pippinids winning the battles that keep their families safe. How long can a shadow rule a substance? The man currently holding the substance of power is not yet Charlemagne, nor even his father Pepin. We are looking a little further back at the grandfather, a man named Charles. He is not a king, nor does he claim to be. He is an illegitimate son, forcing his way into history through sheer force of will. He is the mayor of the palace, and he is watching the southern horizon with a worry that keeps him awake while the Merovingian king sleeps peacefully in his cart. Down in the south, beyond the mountains of the Pyrenees, a new wind is blowing. It is warm, carrying the scent of orange blossoms and the sharp, rhythmic gallop of Arabian horses. The Umayyad Caliphate, a superpower stretching from the deserts of Damascus to the Atlantic coast of Spain, is expanding northward. They have crossed the mountains. They are moving into Aquitaine. The do-nothing kings can do nothing against this. The sacred hare cannot stop a cavalry charge. The ox cart cannot outrun the wind. The survival of Christendom, the future of Europe, and the destiny of the unborn Charlemagne now rest entirely on the shoulders of the mayor, the man they will call Martellus, the hammer. As the sun sets over the damp forests of Francia, casting long shadows through the trees, the era of the Merovingians is fading into the twilight. The candles in their halls are burning low, flickering in the draught. The time for symbols is ending. The time for iron has begun. The silence of the woods is about to be broken by the ringing of steel as the hammer prepares to strike, forging the foundation upon which Charlemagne will one day build his throne. The year is 732, and the air has turned crisp with the creeping onset of October. We have moved from the draughty wooden halls of the do-nothing kings to a hillside somewhere between the cities of Poitiers and Tours. The ground here is hard, covered in the tangled underbrush of the darkening season, and the silence is heavy, not with peace, but with the held breath of thousands of men waiting to die. Standing at the center of this tension is the man who would make the name of his family echo through the ages. Charles, the mayor of the palace. He is 44 years old, a seasoned illegitimate son who had to fight his own stepmother to claim his father's office. A man who learned early that life gives nothing that you do not take with your own two hands. He stands on foot, surrounded by his men. This is a crucial detail, a tactile reality of Frankish warfare that defies the knights in shining armor image we often conjure of the Middle Ages. Charles has dismounted. He stands shoulder to shoulder with his infantry, a solid block of northern Europeans clad in wolfskins and leather, clutching heavy wooden shields and axes. They are not a cavalry force. They are a wall, and they are staring down a hurricane. Facing them, arranged in the valley below, is the army of the Umayyad Caliphate, led by the governor of Al-Andalus, Abdul Rahman al-Ghafiqi. To the Franks, this enemy must have seemed like a force from another world. They rode swift Arabian horses, wore chainmail that shimmered like water, and moved with a fluidity and speed that the heavy, forest-dwelling Franks had never seen. The Umayyad forces had swept up from Spain, crushing the Duke of Aquitaine, burning churches, and seizing treasure with terrifying efficiency. They were undefeated, riding the momentum of a century of expansion that had carried the banner of Islam from the sands of Arabia to the vineyards of France. History often paints this moment as a clash of civilizations, a binary struggle between the cross and the crescent, and while the stakes were indeed high, the reality on the ground was likely more pragmatic. Abdul Rahman was likely looking for loot, for the rich treasury of the Basilica of St. Martin in Tours, rather than seeking to permanently colonize the chilly, damp forests of the north. But to Charles, the intent didn't matter. The threat was existential. If he fell here, the Frankish kingdom would shatter, and there would be no shield left between the Mediterranean and the North Sea. For 7 days, the two armies just stared at each other. It was a psychological siege. The Umayyads, confident in their cavalry, waited for the Franks to break formation and come down to the open ground where they could be ridden down. But Charles did not move. He had chosen the terrain perfectly, positioning his men on high, wooded ground where the trees would break the momentum of a horse charge. He knew his only chance was discipline. He had to convince thousands of tribal warriors, men raised on the glory of individual combat, to stand perfectly still while arrows rained down on them. It is a terrifying kind of bravery, the courage to do absolutely nothing while death gallops toward you. Finally, as the temperature dropped, Abdul Rahman lost patience. He ordered the charge. The sound must have been earth-shaking. The thunder of hooves, the war cries, the clash of steel on wood. The Arabic Chronicle of 754, written by a Christian living in Spain shortly after the battle, gives us one of the most evocative descriptions in military history. It says the men of the north stood immobile like a wall, and more poetically, like a mass of ice. They froze together, shield locked to shield, a human glacier that the fire of the cavalry could not melt. Time and again, the horsemen surged up the slope, slashing at the wall, but the Franks held. They stabbed upward with spears, they swung their axes, but mostly, they just stood. It was a victory of stubbornness, a quality the Franks possessed in abundance. There is a dark humor in the image of the sophisticated, swift cavalry crashing repeatedly into a group of men who simply refused to budge, like waves trying to argue with a cliff. In the confusion of the melee, a rumor rippled through the Umayyad lines. Frankish scouts were raiding their camp, looting the loot they had already stolen. It was a brilliant, perhaps accidental, turning point. A large portion of the cavalry broke off to defend their treasure. To the rest of the Umayyad army, it looked like a retreat. The structure collapsed. In the chaos, Abdul Rahman was surrounded and cut down. The sun set on a field choked with the fallen, the wall of ice battered but unbroken. When the sun rose the next morning, Charles and his men prepared for a second day of slaughter. They tightened their shield straps, checked their weapons, and looked down into the valley. But the valley was empty. The tents were there, flapping in the wind, but the enemy was gone. The surviving Umayyad forces had packed up in the night and slipped away south, back towards the Pyrenees, deciding that the cold northern lands and their unbreakable men were not worth the cost. Charles did not pursue them. He knew better than to chase a faster enemy into open ground. He simply held the field. It was this restraint, this crushing, deliberate heaviness of command that earned him his cognomen. From this day on, he was no longer just Charles. He was Garrulus Martellus, Charles the Hammer. Historians still argue passionately about the true significance of the Battle of Tours. Was it really the moment that saved Western civilization? Edward Gibbon, writing in the 18th century, famously mused that without Charles's victory, the interpretation of the Quran might be taught today in the schools of Oxford to a circumcised people. Modern historians tend to dial back the drama, suggesting it was a significant raid rather than a full-scale conquest attempt, and that internal Berber revolts in Spain were the real reason the expansion stopped. But in the narrative of the family, the truth of the battle mattered less than its legend. For the Franks, it was the proof of God's favor. The Merovingian king had been miles away, likely sitting in a garden, while Charles had stood in the shield wall and saved the world. The prestige of Tours washed over the family like a baptism. It created a reservoir of political capital so deep that his son and grandson could draw from it for decades. Charles Martel had proven that the mayor of the palace was the true king in everything but name. He spent the remaining years of his life consolidating this power, hammering the outlying regions of Burgundy and Provence into obedience, teaching the Franks that the center of gravity had shifted. When he died in 741, he did something extraordinary. He divided the kingdom between his sons, Charlemagne and Pepin, as if he were the king himself. He ignored the Merovingian throne entirely. He didn't depose them. He just rendered them irrelevant, leaving the last king as a ghostly ornament in a house built of iron. Martel was buried, not as a servant, but as a ruler, in the Basilica of Saint-Denis, the resting place of kings. He left behind a militarized state, a veteran army, and a new way of fighting that relied on heavy cavalry. An irony, as he had won his greatest victory on foot, but he learned from his enemies. He adopted the stirrup and the saddle, laying the groundwork for the mounted knights that would define the Middle Ages. But most importantly, he left a question hanging in the air, a question his son Pepin would finally dare to ask out loud. If the hammer does the work of the king, why does the hammer not wear the crown? This is the inheritance of Charlemagne, not just land, but an ambition forged in the survival of a desperate October afternoon. The hammer had struck the blow. Now the anvil was ready for the next generation to shape the crown. The iron silence left by Charles, the hammer, did not lighten the mood in the Frankish kingdom. If anything, it deepened the shadows in the corners of the royal hall. We find ourselves now in the late 740s, a time of quiet, grinding friction between illusion and reality. Charles Martel was gone, buried with honor, but he had left behind a political riddle that was becoming impossible to ignore. His son, Pepin, now stood at the helm of the realm. History knows him as Pepin the Short, Pepin le Bref, a nickname that has invited centuries of speculation. Was he truly small in stature, a compressed spring of energy in a world of giants? Or was brief a reference to his concise, no-nonsense manner of speaking? The chroniclers are polite enough not to dwell on his height, focusing instead on the immense width of his ambition. Pepin was different from his father. The hammer had been a warlord who smashed obstacles. Pepin was a statesman who dismantled them, piece by piece. He looked at the throne of the Franks and saw a lie sitting upon it. The Merovingian king, Childeric III, was still there, his hair longer and grayer, his ox cart a little more rickety, a living relic of a bygone age. It was a comfortable fiction, the fiction that the blood of the sea beast still mattered. But for a man like Pepin, whose armies actually protected the borders and whose scribes actually collected the taxes, it was an intolerable farce. It was like watching a ghost eat a banquet while the living starved. The tension in the court was thick enough to choke on. Every time Pepin issued a command, it technically had to be stamped with the seal of a man who spent his days braiding his hair and staring at the clouds. It was efficient in a way, but it was spiritually corrosive. The Franks were a people who believed deeply in oaths and truth. To live a lie was to invite bad luck, but to remove the king was treason, a sin against the ancient blood. Pepin knew he could not simply take the crown with a sword. That was the way of a usurper, and usurpers breed rebellions. He needed something stronger than steel. He needed a word from God. And in the 8th century, the voice of God on earth spoke from only one place, Rome. In the year 750, a quiet mission departed from the Frankish court. It was not an army, but a pair of high-ranking clerics, Burchard, the Bishop of Würzburg, and Fulrad, the Abbot of Saint-Denis. They rode south, crossing the spine of the Alps, where the air is thin and cold, carrying a question that would shatter the medieval world. This journey was a masterstroke of diplomacy. Pepin was not asking for permission. He was asking for a theological ruling, a logic puzzle presented to the Vicar of Christ, the envoys arrived in a Rome that was a shadow of its former glory, a city of shrinking borders and crumbling aqueducts, ruled by Pope Zachary. The Pope was a desperate man. The fierce Lombards were pressing down from the north of Italy, threatening to swallow the Eternal City, and the Byzantine Emperor in Constantinople was too busy with his own problems to send help. Zachary sat on the chair of St. Peter, watching the horizon for a savior, when the Frankish envoys walked in. They posed the question Pepin had carefully crafted, a sentence that cut through 300 years of tradition like a razor. Is it wise, or is it right, that the man who holds no power should be called king, while the man who holds the power is not? It was a loaded question, of course. It was a trap, but it was also a lifeline. Pope Zachary, a Greek pragmatist, understood exactly what was being offered. If he blessed Pepin's coup, he would gain the most powerful army in the West as the protector of the church. If he refused, he would remain alone with the Lombards. The answer he sent back across the Alps was a masterpiece of realpolitik, masked as divine wisdom. It is better that the man who holds the power should be called king, rather than the one who remains without royal authority. With that sentence, the Merovingian dynasty was dead. The revolution that followed in 751 was shockingly bloodless, a quiet administrative adjustment that changed the course of history. There were no executions, no heads on spikes, no civil wars. At the ancient assembly ground of Soissons, the very place where the Franks had once elected their first kings, Pepin made his move. The do-nothing king, Childeric III, was brought before the council. One can imagine the confusion in the poor man's eyes as the rituals he had known all his life were suddenly inverted. They did not kill him. Instead, they brought out the shears. In a scene that must have been thick with superstitious dread, the barbers of the court stepped forward and cut the sacred long hair of the Merovingian. The locks that symbolized the magical power of the bloodline, the connection to the mythical sea beast, fell to the floor in heaps. It was a humiliation, yes, but also a liberation. Stripped of his hair and his title, Childeric was no longer a king. He was just a man. He was tonsured, given the haircut of a monk, and sent away to the monastery of Saint-Bertin, where the thick stone walls would silence the last echoes of his dynasty. He vanished into the cloister, a living ghost finally allowed to rest. Pepin, meanwhile, was elevated. In the old Germanic tradition, the Frankish warriors raised him on their shields, lifting him high above their heads, a forest of spears cheering the new king. But Pepin added a new layer to this pagan ritual, something that his son Charlemagne, then a sharp-eyed boy of about 9 years old, would watch with intense curiosity. Pepin was not just raised by men, he was anointed by God. The holy oil, the chrism, was smeared on his forehead, marking him as gratia de rex, king by the grace of God. This was a profound shift. The Merovingians had ruled by blood. The Carolingians would rule by divine appointment. It meant the king was no longer just a tribal leader. He was a sacred figure, a deputy of heaven. Young Charlemagne, standing in the shadows of the great hall, watched the oil glisten on his father's brow and learned a lesson he would never forget. Power is not just about holding the sword. It is about holding the story. The dynasty of the hammer had become the dynasty of the anointed. But as the oil dried and the cheers faded, a new reality set in. Pepin had bought the crown with a promise to the Pope, and promises to Rome are debts that must be paid in blood. The Alps were waiting, and the new king would soon have to prove that his power was real enough to save the very man who had given him the throne. The debt that Pepin the Short owed to Rome came due in the biting winter of 754, a season that history records as one of punishing cold and grey skies. The Alps, that great jagged spine separating the Frankish world from the Mediterranean, were impassable to all but the most desperate, and Pope Stephen II was indeed a desperate man. The Lombards, who had been chewing at the edges of the papal lands like wolves at a sheep pen, had finally lost their patience with diplomacy. King Aistulf of the Lombards had marched to the very gates of Rome, demanding tribute and submission. With no help coming from the Byzantine emperor in the east, the Pope did something unprecedented. He left Rome. He crossed the freezing passes of the Alps, a frail figure wrapped in wool and furs, riding a mule through the snowdrifts to personally beg the Frankish king for salvation. It is a cinematic image, the vicar of Christ, the spiritual head of the Western world, shivering on a mountain pass, coming to the barbarians for help. When Stephen finally descended into the Frankish heartland, near the royal villa of Ponthion, Pepin knew exactly how to play the scene. He did not wait in his throne room. He rode out to meet the pontiff 3 miles from the gates. And here, the king of the Franks, the most powerful man in Europe, slid off his horse and prostrated himself in the mud. He rose and took the bridle of the Pope's horse, walking beside it like a common groom. It was a piece of theatre that would have made his father, the Hammer, grunt with approval. By humbling himself, Pepin was elevating his office. He was showing that he was the protector of the church, a role that carried a weight far heavier than gold. This meeting set the stage for a ceremony that would echo in the ears of young Charlemagne for the rest of his life, in the vast, echoing basilica of Saint-Denis, the same place where the Hammer lay buried. Pope Stephen formally re-anointed Pepin. But this time, he did not stop with the father. He turned to the 2 sons, Charles and Charlemagne. Charles, now roughly 12 years old, felt the heavy, scented oil of the chrism smeared onto his forehead. It was a sensory overload. The chanting of the monks, the heavy smell of incense masking the damp stone, the touch of the Pope's thumb. With that oil, the Pope bestowed a new title upon them, Patricius Romanorum, Patrician of the Romans. It was a vague, shimmering title, a ghost of the old empire, but it bound the boys to Rome with an invisible chain. The Pope then issued a dire warning, threatening excommunication to anyone who ever chose a king from outside this holy family. The message was clear. The Carolingians were no longer just a lucky family of warlords. They were God's chosen instrument. The instrument, however, had to be used. Pepin, having received his spiritual payment, now had to deliver the physical goods. In 755 and again in 756, the Frankish war machine rumbled south. Crossing the Alps with an army is a logistical nightmare. Thousands of men, horses and wagons moving through narrow, rocky defiles where a single slip means death. Yet the Franks moved with a terrifying discipline. They descended upon the Lombard plains like a landslide. The Lombard king Aistulf, who had been so brave when facing unarmed priests, crumbled before the Frankish shield wall. He surrendered, besieged in his capital of Pavia. And here lies one of the most significant moments in European history. A moment where a map was drawn that still haunts geopolitics today. The Byzantine ambassadors arrived, breathless and indignant, demanding that the territories Pepin had conquered the Exarchate of Ravenna, and the Pentapolis, be returned to the emperor in Constantinople. They were, after all, technically Roman lands. Pepin, standing in the dust of the Italian summer, looked at them and shook his head. He famously declared that he had not gone to war for the love of any man, but only for the love of Saint Peter and the forgiveness of his sins. He would not give the keys of the cities to the emperor. Instead, he placed them on the altar of Saint Peter in Rome. This was the donation of Pepin. In one stroke, he created the Papal States, making the Pope a temporal king with his own lands to rule. It was a gift of immense generosity, but it planted a seed of confusion that would grow into a forest of trouble. If the Pope makes the king, and the king makes the Pope a ruler, who is actually in charge? With his debt paid, Pepin returned north to the business of ruling his own vast, fractious kingdom. For the next decade, the realm was relatively stable, at least by the violent standards of the 8th century. Charlemagne grew from a boy into a man during these years, shadowing his father on campaigns in Aquitaine, learning the grim calculus of sieges and the delicate art of negotiation. He watched how his father used the church to administer the state, how he balanced the jealousies of the counts, and how he never, ever stopped moving. The court was migratory, a traveling circus of power that consumed the surplus of one region before moving to the next. It was a life lived in the saddle, sleeping in tents or drafty palaces, always alert to the horizon. But even kings forged in iron eventually rust. In 768, returning from a campaign in Aquitaine, Pepin fell ill. The chroniclers call it dropsy, a swelling of the body that we now recognize as heart or kidney failure. He was brought to Saint Denis, the spiritual heart of his dynasty, to die. As the king lay on his deathbed, his breath rattling in his chest, the fragility of the Frankish system was laid bare. For all their talk of Roman titles and divine oil, the Franks were still Germanic tribesmen at heart. They did not believe in the abstract concept of a unified state that passes intact to a single heir. To a Frank, a kingdom was just a very large family farm. And when the father dies, the farm is divided among the sons. It is a custom known as partible inheritance, and it is the fatal flaw that would repeatedly shatter the Carolingian world. Pepin knew this. He knew that dividing a kingdom is like cutting a diamond. Do it wrong, and you destroy the value. Yet bound by tradition, he had no choice. On his deathbed, he partitioned the realm between Charles and Charlemagne. The map they drew was a disaster waiting to happen. It was not a clean split of east and west. Instead, it was a bizarre, interlocking puzzle. Charlemagne, the elder brother, received a great crescent of land that hugged the Atlantic coast and the Northern Sea, running from Aquitaine in the southwest, up through Neustria, and over to the German frontier. It was a massive, rich territory, but it was shaped like a croissant. Nestled inside the curve of this croissant was Carlomagne's share. The younger brother got the solid, protected inner core of the kingdom: Burgundy, Provence, and the old homelands of Austrasia. It was a geographic trap. Charlemagne's lands surrounded Carlomagne's, but Carloman held the strategic center. To get from one part of his kingdom to another, Charlemagne would often have to pass near or through his brother's territory. It was a division designed to force cooperation, but any student of human nature could see it was actually designed to create friction. Pepin died on September 24th, 768. He was buried in Saint Denis, face down, a peculiar detail that historians still debate. Was it an act of extreme humility, a sinner refusing to look up at God? Or was it a mistake by hurried undertakers? We will likely never know. But as the stone slab slid over his tomb, the unity of the Frankish realm was buried with him. Outside the church, the autumn leaves were turning gold, signaling the end of the year and the end of the peace. Charles and Charlemagne, two young men in their early 20s, now stood facing each other across a divided map. They were brothers. They were both anointed by the Pope, and they both possessed the fierce, unyielding pride of their grandfather, the hammer. But a kingdom, unlike a farm, cannot have two masters for long. The holy oil was still on their brows, but their hands were already reaching for their sword hilts. The donation of Pepin had secured the Pope's future, but the will of Pepin had guaranteed his son's conflict. The stage was set not for a partnership, but for a duel. A quiet, brooding Cold War that would determine whether the Carolingian experiment would collapse into civil war or rise into empire. The ghost of the Merovingians might have laughed from his monastery cell. The long-haired kings were gone, but the curse of brother fighting brother was a Frankish tradition that no haircut could sever. The year is 768, and the kingdom of the Franks has effectively become a house divided against itself. Imagine a map of Europe spread out on a wooden table, the edges curled and yellowed with age. A hand takes a knife and slices through the heart of Francia, creating two separate realms that beat with a dissonant rhythm. On the same day, October 9th, in two different cities, the two sons of Pepin were raised onto their shields. Charlemagne was acclaimed at Noyon, a city steeped in the history of Saint-Médard, while his younger brother, Carloman, was crowned at Soissons, the ancient capital of the Merovingians. They were geographically close, barely 50 miles apart, yet the emotional distance between the two courts was already measured in light years. The kingdom held its breath. The older nobility, men with scars from the wars of the hammer and memories of the unity under Pepin, looked from one brother to the other with a deepening sense of dread. They knew that a kingdom with two heads is a monster that usually ends up devouring itself. Charlemagne, now 26 years old, was already a commanding physical presence, tall, energetic, with a voice that Einhard describes as clear, though perhaps a little high for his massive frame. He possessed a restless vitality, a need to be moving, hunting, or swimming. Carloman, by contrast, is a figure obscured by the shadows of history. He was younger, perhaps more calculating, certainly more jealous of his prerogatives. He ruled the inner core of the kingdom, the settled, wealthy lands of Burgundy and Provence, while Charlemagne held the vast, turbulent outer rim. It was a setup that bred paranoia. Charlemagne was the shield of the kingdom, guarding the borders against Saxons and Aquitanians, while Carloman sat safe in the center. But the man holding the shield often resents the man sitting by the fire. The spark that nearly ignited the powder keg struck almost immediately. In 769, the restless territory of Aquitaine exploded into rebellion. This region, the wild southwest of modern France, had always been a thorn in the side of the Frankish kings. It was a land of different customs, Roman laws, and a fierce independence that resented the heavy hand of the north. The rebellion was led by Hunald II, arguably the son of the old duke whom Charlemagne's father had crushed years before. Hunald raised an army, declaring that the death of Pepin had freed Aquitaine from its oaths. This was the first test of the new joint kingship. It was a crisis that required the full, crushing weight of the Frankish military machine. Charlemagne moved first. He was a man who thought with his feet, and his feet were always in the stirrups. He marched south, gathering his levies, but he knew he could not subdue the vast, rugged terrain of Aquitaine alone. He needed the manpower of the inner kingdom. He sent word to Charlemagne. They agreed to meet at a place called Montcontour in the Poitou region. This meeting, in the dust and heat of the early summer of 769, is one of the great what-ifs of the Carolingian saga. We can picture the scene. Two camps established on opposite sides of a meadow. The banners of the two kings snapping in the wind. The brothers met, likely in a tent pitched in the neutral ground between their armies. We do not know the exact words that were exchanged. The chronicles are tight-lipped, saying only that the meeting was difficult. But we can imagine the clash of egos, the airing of old grievances from their nursery days, the sharp words about borders and rights. Whatever was said, the result was a shocking breach of Frankish solidarity. Charlemagne walked out. He did not just disagree. He took his army and went home. He turned his back on the rebellion, leaving his brother exposed and outnumbered in hostile territory. It was a cold, calculated betrayal. Historians still debate Charlemagne's motive. Was he hoping Charlemagne would be defeated and killed, leaving him as the sole ruler? Or did he simply believe the war was Charlemagne's problem, a fire in the neighbor's house that he had no obligation to put out? Regardless of the intent, the message was clear. The alliance was dead. Charlemagne was alone. But if Charlemagne hoped to see his brother fail, he had severely underestimated the man he was dealing with. The betrayal did not break Charlemagne. It hardened him. It was a moment of crystallization. He realized he could rely on no one but himself and his own loyal men. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a smaller, more mobile force, he struck deep into Aquitaine. He hunted Hunald with a relentless, terrifying speed, chasing the rebel duke from fortress to fortress, until Hunald fled into Gascony, seeking sanctuary with a duke named Lupus. Charlemagne did not stop. He sent envoys to Lupus with a message that was less a diplomatic note and more a promise of annihilation. Hand over the rebel, or the Frankish army comes for you next. Lupus, wisely, chose survival. He surrendered Hunald and his wife to Charlemagne. The rebellion was crushed, not by the overwhelming force of a united kingdom, but by the sheer, stubborn will of one man. Charlemagne returned north as a victor, his reputation polished to a shine, while Charlemagne looked increasingly like a petty obstructionist. In the aftermath of this near disaster, a third figure stepped onto the chessboard, a woman of formidable intelligence and will, the Queen Mother, Bertrada of Laon. Known to history and legend as Bertha Broadfoot, possibly due to a clubfoot, though this is likely a later mythic addition, she was the widow of Pepin, and the only person capable of banging the heads of the two kings together. Bertrada refused to see her husband's dynasty tear itself apart. She launched a grand diplomatic tour, a peace mission that traveled from Aachen to Bavaria to Italy. She was weaving a web of alliances designed to encircle her sons with peace, whether they liked it or not. Her masterstroke, or perhaps her greatest error, was a marriage alliance she brokered in 770. She arranged for Charlemagne to marry a Lombard princess. The name of this princess is lost to history. Scholars often call her Desiderata, or simply the Lombard, capturing the anonymity of her existence. She was the daughter of Desiderius, the king of the Lombards, the sworn enemy of the Pope. To marry her was a diplomatic bombshell. It was a complete reversal of Pepin's policy. The Pope, Stephen III, was apoplectic. He wrote a letter to Charlemagne and Carloman that survives today, a scathing document filled with visceral disgust. He called the Lombards a perfidious and stinking race, and begged the Frankish kings not to pollute their noble blood with such a union. He even suggested that the Lombard women were physically repulsive, a desperate attempt to dissuade the marriage through insults. Charlemagne, however, listened to his mother, not the Pope. He set aside his first wife, or concubine, a noblewoman named Himiltrude, who had already borne him a son, Pepin the Hunchback. He married the Lombard princess. It was a pragmatic move that neutralized the threat from Italy and, crucially, encircled Carloman. Look at the map again. Charlemagne held the north and west. His new father-in-law held the south. Carloman was now squeezed between the jaws of a Charlemagne-Lombard alliance. The younger brother was isolated, his political capital draining away. By the winter of 771, the tension had reached a breaking point. The Cold War was heating up. There were whispers of open conflict, of armies gathering in the spring. The nobility began to choose sides, and the smart money was flowing towards Charlemagne. The brothers spent Christmas in their separate courts, ignoring each other, the silence between them louder than the howling winter winds. The Frankish realm, built on the idea of brotherhood and blood loyalty, was teetering on the edge of a civil war that would have shattered the legacy of the hammer before it had even truly begun. The swords were sharpened. The envoys were recalled. The world waited for the first blow to be struck, but the blow never came. Fate, it seems, had chosen a side. In early December 771, at his villa in Samossi, Carloman suddenly fell ill. The nature of the sickness is unknown, perhaps a fever, perhaps a burst appendix, or perhaps the convenient poison of a rival, though no evidence exists to support the darker theories. It was sudden, violent, and fatal. On December 4th, Carloman died. He was barely 20 years old. The news must have traveled to Charlemagne's court like a thunderclap. There was no grief, only speed. Charlemagne did not wait for the funeral. He rode immediately to Carloman's capital at Corbeny. The nobles of the southern kingdom, faced with a dead king and infant heirs, looked at the approaching giant of a brother and made a swift calculation. They did not fight. They opened the gates. They pledged their loyalty to Charlemagne. In a single stroke, without a drop of blood shed in battle, the kingdom was reunited. Carloman's widow, Gerberga, realizing she and her young sons were now liabilities in this new order, fled across the Alps to the Lombard court. Charlemagne stood alone at the summit of power, the master of all the Franks. But as he looked out over his unified realm, his eyes turned north, toward the dark forests of Saxony, where the pagan tribes had been watching the Frankish chaos with hungry eyes. The internal war was over. The external wars were about to begin. The snow that falls on the Alps in the winter of 771 covers the tracks of a desperate escape, sealing the passes in a white silence. We must follow a small, frightened caravan struggling through the drifts of the Mont Cenis Pass. It is not an army, but a cortege of exiles. Wrapped in thick furs against the biting wind is Gerberga, the widow of Carloman. Clutched tight against the cold are her two young sons, toddlers, who were, until a few weeks ago, heirs to half the Frankish world. Now, they are refugees. They are fleeing the uncle who has just seized their inheritance. History does not record exactly why Gerberga ran. Charlemagne had not threatened her. He had simply arrived and accepted the homage of her husband's vassals. Perhaps it was a mother's instinct, a primal fear of the giant who now sat on the sole throne. Perhaps she saw the cold logic in his eyes, that a unified kingdom has no room for rival nephews. Whatever the reason, she makes a fateful choice. She does not flee to a convent or a neutral duchy. She flees to the court of Desiderius, the king of the Lombards in Pavia. By placing Charlemagne's potential rivals in the hands of his traditional enemy, she transforms a family tragedy into an international crisis. Back in the Frankish capital, Charlemagne watches them go with a strange, unnerving calm. He does not send horsemen to drag them back. He does not rage. He simply lets the mountains swallow them. He is 29 years old, and he is learning the supreme kingly art of patience. He knows that his nephews, effectively hostages in a foreign court, are a problem for another day. For now, he has a more pressing piece of domestic housekeeping to attend to, one that requires a heart of ice. He looks at his own wife, the Lombard Princess Desiderata. She is the daughter of Desiderius, the very man now sheltering his fugitive nephews. The marriage had been a political bridge built by his mother to keep the peace. But with Carloman dead and the kingdom united, Charlemagne no longer needs the bridge. In fact, he no longer needs the peace. In a move of brutal efficiency, Charlemagne repudiates Desiderata. After only a year of marriage, he sends her back to her father in Italy. We can only imagine the humiliation of that return journey. A queen unmade, traveling the same roads she had ridden down as a bride, now rejected not for any sin or barrenness, but simply because she was no longer politically useful. Einhard, usually so chatty about Charlemagne's life, goes uncharacteristically quiet here, muttering only that she was dismissed for unknown reasons. But the reason was as clear as a signal fire. Charlemagne was clearing the decks. By sending her back, he was deliberately insulting Desiderius. He was tearing up the treaty. He was telling the Lombard king and the world that the Franks were no longer interested in talking. They were preparing to fight. The dismissal of Desiderata clears the way for a new queen, and this time Charlemagne chooses for himself. He marries a purely Alemannian noblewoman named Hildegard. She is barely a teenager, perhaps 13 or 14, but she possesses a strength of character that will anchor Charlemagne's chaotic emotional life for the next decade. Unlike the mysterious Lombard princess, Hildegard is no phantom in the records. She is a vibrant, fertile presence, the mother who will bear Charlemagne 9 children, including his successors. She travels with him on campaigns, a constant companion who softens the edges of the Iron King. There is a warmth in the chronicles when they speak of her, a suggestion that after the cold calculations of his first alliances, Charlemagne had finally found a partner he actually loved. With his house in order, his brother dead, his nephews exiled, and his marriage fixed, Charlemagne turns his back on the complicated politics of the south. He stands at the window of his palace at Attigny and looks north. To the east of the Rhine and north of the Danube lies a land that has haunted the sleep of Frankish kings for centuries, Saxony. Saxony is not a kingdom in the Roman or Frankish sense. It is a wild mosaic of tribal confederations, the Westphalians, the Angarians, the Eastphalians. It is a land without cities, without stone roads, a landscape of dense primeval forests and treacherous bogs that swallow armies whole. To the Christian Franks, the Saxons are not just barbarians. They are a theological offense. They are stubborn pagans who worship springs, trees, and pillars of wood. They raid the Frankish borderlands with the seasonal regularity of the harvest, burning churches and stealing cattle, then melting back into the woods where the heavy Frankish cavalry cannot follow. For decades, the relationship has been a cycle of punitive raids. The Franks march in, burn a few villages, take some hostages, and leave. The Saxons wait for them to leave, then resume the raids. It is a bleeding wound on the flank of Christendom. But Charlemagne is done with punitive raids. He is done with the old way of doing things. He does not want to punish the Saxons. He wants to end them. Or rather, he wants to absorb them. He envisions a new kind of border, not a line on a map, but a transformation of the soul. He gathers his advisors, his counts, and his bishops at the Great Assembly of Worms in the summer of 772. The atmosphere is different this time. This is not a discussion about border security. It is a declaration of total war. The king announces his intention not just to fight the Saxons, but to attack the very root of their identity. He will not target their armies. He will target their gods. The muster at Worms is a sensory spectacle. The smell of hot iron and leather fills the air as thousands of smiths repair hauberks and sharpen spears. The ground shakes with the arrival of the levies, men from Neustria, Austrasia, Burgundy, united for the first time under a single undisputed banner. You can see the shift in the technology of war here. The stirrup, fully integrated now, allows the Frankish riders to strike with the full weight of the horse, a terrifying kinetic hammer. But Charlemagne knows that cavalry can't conquer a forest. He brings engineers. He brings axes. He is preparing to fight the geography itself. As the great column begins to move, winding its way toward the Rhine like a steel serpent, a hush falls over the assembly. They are crossing a threshold. They are leaving the world of Roman law and written treaties and entering the deep north, a place where the old gods still hide in the twilight of the canopy. Charlemagne rides at the head, his face set towards the Teutoburg forest, the graveyard where Roman legions were annihilated centuries before. He is gambling everything on this. If he fails, the unified kingdom will fracture again. If he succeeds, he will push the boundaries of Christendom to the Elbe. But there is a specific target in his mind, a coordinate whispered by spies and missionaries. Deep in the Saxon heartland, near the modern town of Obermarsberg, stands a fortress called the Eresberg. And inside that fortress, or perhaps in a sacred grove nearby, stands the Irminsul. It is a massive wooden pillar, perhaps an ancient tree trunk, carved and worshipped as the universal column that holds up the sky. To the Saxons, it is the axis of the world. To Charlemagne, it is a demon to be slain. He is not marching to capture a city. He is marching to cut down the sky. The summer air turns heavy and humid as the army crosses the frontier. The bird song of the Frankish fields gives way to the deeper, brooding silence of the Saxon woods. The light filters through the leaves in shafts of green and gold, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Every snapping twig sounds like an ambush. The soldiers grip their shields tighter, whispering prayers to Saint Martin. the soldier saint. They are walking into the dark, led by a king who believes he carries the torch of God. The flight to the Lombard court has left Charlemagne with no enemies behind him, so he can hurl his entire fury forward. The Saxon Wars, the longest, bloodiest, and most brutal chapter of his life, are about to begin with the swing of an axe. The deeper the Frankish army marched into Saxony, the more the world seemed to close in around them. We are in the late summer of 772, and the Roman roads are long gone. The track is a muddy scar, winding through an endless ocean of beech and oak, a green twilight where the canopy is so thick it blots out the noon sun. For the Frankish soldiers, men accustomed to the open horizons of the Loire or the Rhine valleys, this forest is a place of primal anxiety. It is not just the terrain that is hostile, it is the silence. It is a brooding, watchful silence, broken only by the crack of a branch or the caw of a raven. Birds the Saxons believe are the eyes of Woden. Charlemagne rides near the front, surrounded by his Skara, his elite household cavalry. He is not just a general here, he is an exorcist. He knows that to conquer this land, he cannot simply beat its warriors. He must break its spirit. He must prove that his God is stronger than theirs. Their destination is the Eresburg, a massive hill fort rising abruptly from the Diemel River Valley, near modern-day Marsburg. It is a natural fortress, a flat-topped mountain ringed by steep slopes and reinforced with earthen ramparts and timber palisades. Inside this stronghold lies the heart of the Saxon resistance, and something more, the Irminsul. The Saxons have never seen an army like this. They are guerrilla fighters, masters of the ambush, striking from the mist and vanishing. But Charlemagne has brought the heavy machinery of civilization. His engineers construct siege engines, mangonels and battering rams that look like skeletal monsters in the dim light. The siege of Eresburg is violent and short. The Franks do not starve the defenders out. They storm the walls. The clash of iron on wood, the screams of the dying, and the roar of fire shatter the forest's peace. The Saxons, overwhelmed by the disciplined fury of the professional Frankish soldiers, break and flee or surrender. The fortress falls, but Charlemagne does not stop to count the dead. He rides straight to the sanctuary at the center of the complex. There, standing in a sacred grove, or perhaps a roofless temple, is the Irminsul. We must pause to visualize this, for no physical trace of it survives. The chroniclers describe it as a column of the universe, a massive wooden pillar, perhaps a gigantic, ancient tree trunk that had been carved and erected to symbolize the tree that holds up the sky. It was draped in gold and silver offerings, surrounded by the accumulated wealth of raids. To the Saxons, this wood is the pivot of reality. If it falls, the sky should crash down. Charlemagne dismounts. He does not hesitate. He orders his men to bring the axes. This is the moment of theological warfare. It is a calculated desecration. One can imagine the hesitation of the common soldiers. Even Christian Franks might feel a superstitious shiver at destroying such a potent idol. But the king's will is absolute. The axes bite into the ancient wood. Thwack, thwack. The sound echoes through the valley, a rhythm of destruction. The great pillar groans, leans, and then, with a thunderous crash that shakes the earth, it falls. The dust settles. The soldiers look up. The sky does not fall. The sun keeps shining. In that silence, the power of the Saxon gods is, at least in the eyes of the Franks, broken. But the destruction is not just symbolic. It is profitable. The Franks loot the shrine, carrying away gold and silver that had been offered to the idol for generations. It is a massive payday that keeps the army happy. However, as the adrenaline fades, a very practical problem arises. It is high summer, they are on top of a dry hill, and the water supplies are exhausted. The chronicles tell us the army was tormented by thirst, the horses foaming, the men desperate. And here, the line between history and hagiography blurs. The royal Frankish annals report that while the king rested, a sudden stream of water miraculously burst forth from the dry ground near the fallen pillar, enough to water the entire host. Historians debate this. Was it a divine miracle, a stroke of luck? Or did Charlemagne's engineers, knowing the geology of limestone karsts, simply dig in the right spot to tap an underground spring? Perhaps it doesn't matter. To the soldiers drinking their fill, washing the dust of the idol from their throats, it was clear proof that God approved of the demolition. Charlemagne spends 3 days at the Eresburg, turning the sacred site into a ruin. He negotiates with some local Saxon leaders who hand over 12 hostages, a traditional submission. He assumes the message has been received. He believes that by cutting down the Irminsul, he has cut out the heart of the resistance. He leaves a garrison at the Eresburg, turns his army around, and marches back to the Rhine before the winter snows can trap him in the wilderness. He returns to his winter palace at Herstal, likely feeling a sense of supreme accomplishment. He has united the Frankish kingdom, secured the southern border, and now, he thinks, broken the pagan north. But Charlemagne is catastrophically wrong. He has misunderstood the nature of his enemy. The Saxons are not a centralized state with a single capital to capture. They are a hydra. He has cut off one head, but the body is alive and writhing with fury. He has not broken their spirit, he has violated it. The destruction of the Irminsul was not a defeat for the Saxons. It was a sacrilege that demanded blood. As the Frankish army withdraws, the forest behind them do not stay quiet. In the deep woods, the drums begin to beat again. The scattered tribes are not cowering. They are gathering. They are led by men who do not care about hostages or treaties. Men who have seen their god humiliated and want revenge. While Charlemagne celebrates Christmas of 772, thinking the war is a police action that is largely finished, the embers he left in Saxony are fanning into a blaze. The garrison he left at Eresburg is already being watched by eyes in the tree line. The missionary war has begun, but the pagans are about to prove that they have their own kind of faith and their own kind of steel. The king sleeps soundly in his bed, unaware that he has just started a war that will consume the prime of his life, a 30-year grinder that will test his soul and stain his hands forever. The Irminsul is down, but the roots of the conflict run far deeper than any axe can reach. The silence that settles over the Frankish lands after the destruction of the Irminsul is a deception, a thin layer of ice over a rushing river. We are in the year 773, and Charlemagne is resting at his villa in Thionville, perhaps believing that the Saxon problem is, if not solved, at least managed. But in the deep, unmapped woodlands to the north, the destruction of the sacred pillar has not produced fear. It has produced a cold, focused rage. To the Saxons, the Franks have not just invaded their land, they have attempted to murder their reality. The war has shifted gears. It is no longer about tribute or cattle. It is, quite literally, a war of souls. The Saxons see the Frankish Christ not as a savior, but as a weapon of conquest, a foreign god who demands they burn their ancestors' graves and forget their names. And so, they do not submit. They swarm. While Charlemagne is occupied with the administration of his realm, issuing diplomas, judging disputes, perhaps hunting in the Ardennes, the Saxons launch a counterstroke. They pour out of the forests into Hesse, the borderland where the Frankish missionaries have established their fragile footholds. Their target is the church at Fritzlar, a wooden structure founded by St. Boniface, the apostle to the Germans. This is not a military target, it is a symbolic one. They intend to burn the house of the Frankish god, just as Charlemagne cut down the house of their spirits. Here, history and legend blur into a single, smoky image. The Annales Petaviani, a contemporary chronicle, records the terror of the monks as the Saxon warband surrounds the church. The pagans pile wood against the walls. They bring torches. The smoke begins to curl upward, tasting of pine and panic. But then, according to the monks who survived, something impossible happens. As the Saxons prepare to throw their torches, two figures appear on the roof of the church. They are described as youths of brilliant white, shining with a terrifying celestial light, angels standing guard over the sanctuary. The chroniclers say the Saxons were seized with a supernatural dread, dropping their torches and fleeing back into the shadows of the trees. Was this a collective hallucination born of extreme stress? A trick of the light on the smoke? Or perhaps the sudden arrival of a Frankish relief force, misinterpreted by terrified men in the chaos? We will never know. But the story traveled fast. It hardened the Frankish resolve. It confirmed to Charlemagne that this was not just a war of territory, but a cosmic struggle where angels themselves were taking shifts on the watchtowers. This incident at Fritzlar marks the moment the gloves come off. Charlemagne realizes that burning a pillar was not enough. The Saxons will not be tamed by shock and awe. They must be remade. The conflict descends into a brutal, grinding rhythm that will define the next 3 decades. It becomes a war without front lines. There are no great set-piece battles on open plains. Instead, it is a war of the marsh and the thicket. The Frankish cavalry, so dominant in the open, struggles here. The horses sink in the bogs. The lances get tangled in the low branches. The Saxons fight like ghosts. They strike a supply train and vanish. They swear oaths of submission in the summer when the Frankish army is present, and break them the moment the leaves fall and the army goes home. Charlemagne counters with a grim innovation, the weaponization of baptism. Missionaries like Saint Sturmi are sent in, not just to preach, but to administer the state. To be baptized is to swear loyalty to Charlemagne. To refuse is to declare oneself an enemy of the state. The baptismal font becomes a border crossing. We can imagine the scene in a muddy Saxon village. A priest standing by a river, flanked by soldiers with drawn swords. The Saxons are herded into the water, murmuring oaths they hate to a god they fear, while the Frankish counts look on with clipboards, counting souls like tax revenue. It is a violent collision of the spiritual and the political. Alcuin of York, Charlemagne's own advisor, will later gently criticize this method, warning the king that faith is a free act of the will, not a forced act. You can force men to be baptized, but you cannot force them to believe. But in the 770s, Charlemagne is not listening to nuance. He is listening to the logic of the sword. The brutality escalates on both sides. The Saxons torture captured priests. The Franks burn Saxon villages. It is a dirty, ugly war, devoid of chivalry. The atmosphere is heavy with paranoia. A converted Saxon might be a spy. A peaceful village might be an ambush in waiting. The green hell of Saxony becomes a place where the Frankish soldiers sleep in their armor, where the silence is never to be trusted. It is a Vietnam of the Middle Ages, a quagmire that swallows money, men, and morale. Yet amidst this grinding violence, the machinery of the Frankish state keeps turning. Charlemagne is learning to be ubiquitous. He is the spider at the center of a web that is vibrating with tension. He is dealing with the Saxons in the north, the Aquitanians in the south, and the ever-present internal politics of his own family. He is a man in constant motion, his life a blur of horse hooves and royal decrees. He is trying to hold the sky up himself, now that he has cut down the Saxons' pillar. But the sky has a way of darkening from unexpected directions, while Charlemagne's eyes are fixed on the dark forests of the north. A storm is gathering behind him. Over the Alps, the Italian question, which he thought he had answered by sending his wife away, is being asked again, and this time it is being shouted. The Lombard king Desiderius has not taken the insult lying down. He is moving. He is threatening Rome. He is pressuring the Pope to crown Charlemagne's exiled nephews as the true kings of the Franks. It is a direct challenge to Charlemagne's legitimacy, a dagger aimed at his back. In the midst of the Saxon planning, a messenger arrives at the royal villa. He is exhausted, his horse lathered, his clothes covered in the dust of the great St. Bernard Pass. He carries a letter from Pope Adrian I. The words are desperate. The Lombards are seizing papal cities. They are marching on Rome. The Pope is barricading the gates. He cries out for the patrician of the Romans, the protector of the church. He calls for Charlemagne. The king stands at a crossroads. To the north, the Saxons are burning churches. To the south, the Lombards are threatening the vicar of Christ. He cannot be in two places at once. He looks at his commanders, men weary from the forest campaigns. He makes a choice that will change the geography of Europe. He orders the army to turn around. The Saxons will have to wait. The unfinished war in the trees is left to fester, a fire dampening but not extinguished, as the iron gaze of the king turns south, toward the mountains that touch the clouds. The year is 773, and the hinge of history turns on a single, desperate message. We find Charlemagne not in the saddle, but pausing at his villa in Thionville, weighing a decision that tears him between two worlds. To the north, the Saxon fire is still smoldering, the ashes of the Irminsul barely cold. But from the south comes a cry that cannot be ignored. A Lombard envoy has arrived, his face grey with fatigue, carrying words from Pope Adrian I. The situation in Italy has collapsed. King Desiderius, the father of Charlemagne's rejected wife, is no longer just making threats. He is making war. He has seized the cities of the Pentapolis, the very lands Pepin had donated to St. Peter. His armies are burning the farms of the Campania. But his true goal is far more personal and dangerous. He is marching on Rome to force the Pope to anoint the sons of Charlemagne as kings of the Franks. It is a naked attempt to resurrect the civil war Charlemagne had just buried. Desiderius is betting that the Alps are too high and the Saxons too troublesome for Charlemagne to intervene. He is betting his kingdom on the belief that the Franks will stay home. Charlemagne, however, is a man who plays for the highest stakes. He summons the Frankish host to gather near Geneva. It is a massive mobilization, a river of iron and leather flowing towards the foothills of the mountains. But even now, with the army assembled, Charlemagne hesitates. This is a crucial insight into his character. He is not a berserker. He is a calculator. He knows that crossing the Alps is a logistical nightmare that has destroyed lesser armies. He knows that fighting Christians, even Lombards, is a graver sin than slaughtering pagan Saxons. So he tries to buy his way out. He sends envoys to Desiderius, offering a staggering sum, 14,000 gold solidi, if the Lombard king will simply return the papal cities and leave Rome in peace. It is a king's ransom, enough gold to build a fleet or hire a mercenary army. Desiderius refuses, blinded by pride and the stinging insult of his daughter's rejection. He sees the offer not as generosity, but as weakness. He believes Charlemagne is afraid. He sends the envoys back with a sneer. He has sealed his own fate. When the refusal returns to the Frankish camp, Charlemagne's demeanor changes. The time for gold is over. He gives the order to march. The crossing of the Alps in the autumn of 773 is an epic of endurance that rivals the feats of Hannibal. Charlemagne divides his army into two columns, a classic pincer movement designed to confuse the enemy. He gives command of one column to his uncle, Bernard, sending him toward the great St. Bernard Pass. Charlemagne himself leads the main force toward the Mont-Cenis Pass. We must imagine the sheer physical misery of this ascent. There are no paved roads here, only goat tracks and ancient, crumbling Roman paths. The army is a slow-moving beast of thousands of men, thousands of horses, and endless trains of supply wagons. As they climb, the air grows thin and biting. The lush green of the valleys gives way to the stark grey of granite and the blinding white of the eternal snow. The chronicles are sparse on details, but the reality of moving medieval logistics over 6,000-foot peaks is visceral. Oxen slip on the icy shale, wagons shatter their axles, and men huddle together at night, listening to the wind howl through the crags, wondering if the spirits of the mountains are angry. It is a slow, grinding fight against gravity. Charlemagne rides among them, his presence a constant reassurance. He is not a distant general. He is sharing the cold, eating the same hard bread, his breath pluming in the freezing air just like theirs. He is forging a bond with these men that will last for decades. They are not just fighting for a king, they are fighting for the man who climbed the mountain with them. Finally, after days of struggle, the vanguard crests the pass. The view is breathtaking, the glittering peaks giving way to the haze of the Italian plains below. But as they descend into the Soothe Valley, the breathtaking view turns into a tactical nightmare. The road is blocked. Desiderius has not been idle. He has anticipated this route. Down in the valley, at a place called the Clusser, the Locks, the Lombards have built a massive system of fortifications. Walls of stone and earth stretch across the narrow valley floor, anchored by fortified towers. Behind these walls waits the Lombard army, fresh, well-fed, and confident. Charlemagne halts his column. He stares down at the blockade. It is a perfect defensive position. To attack the walls head-on would be suicide. The Franks would be channeled into a killing zone, where Lombard archers and spearmen could slaughter them at will. The narrow terrain renders Charlemagne's superior numbers useless. He is corked in the bottle. For a moment, it seems Desiderius was right. The invasion has stalled before it even reached the plains. The Frankish army camps on the slopes, the mood turning grim. Supplies are running low, the horses are hungry. The looming specter of retreat, a humiliating, disastrous retreat back over the snows, begins to haunt the campfires. Charlemagne tries diplomacy one last time, a desperate attempt to avoid the slaughter or the retreat. He lowers his offer. He will just ask for the hostages back. No gold. Desiderius laughs. He thinks he has the Iron King in a trap. But the Lombards have forgotten that they are fighting a man who makes his own luck. Historians still argue about what happened next. Was it a betrayal? A local shepherd bought with Frankish silver? Or a daring reconnaissance mission by the Frankish scouts? The Chronicle of Novalesa tells a story of a Lombard minstrel who sneaked into the Frankish camp to spy, only to be discovered and turned into a double agent. Whatever the truth, a secret path was found. It was a goat track, wild and dangerous, winding along the ridges high above the Lombard fortifications, bypassing the wall entirely. Charlemagne acts with lightning speed. He dispatches a flying column, his most elite cavalry, to take this mountain track in the dead of night. We can picture them leading their horses over the treacherous moonlit rocks, muffling their hooves, moving like shadows against the cliff face. While the main army makes a noisy show of preparing for a frontal assault to keep the Lombards' eyes fixed forward, the elite force circles behind them. At dawn, the trap snaps shut. The Lombards, manning their walls and jeering at the Franks, suddenly hear the thunder of hooves, not from in front, but from behind. Panic, the most contagious disease in ancient warfare, sweeps through the Lombard ranks. They are outflanked. The impregnable Cluse has become a cage. The cry goes up, God is with the Franks. Desiderius, realizing he has been outmaneuvered by a mountain goat track, abandons his army. He flees toward his capital, Bavaria. His son, Adalgis, flees to Verona. The Lombard army dissolves into a chaotic rout. Charlemagne rides down from the heights, through the abandoned fortifications, and out onto the sun-drenched plains of the Po Valley. The Iron King has arrived in Italy. He has crossed the impossible mountains and unlocked the gates of the south without fighting a major battle. But the war is not over. Desiderius is safe behind the thick brick walls of Pavia, a city designed to withstand sieges for years. Charlemagne does not rush. He spreads his army out, surrounding the city in a ring of steel. He settles in. He is prepared to wait as long as it takes. But as the siege drags on into the winter of 774, the king of the Franks begins to look further south, down the ancient road that leads to the ghost of an empire. He begins to think of Rome. The siege of Bavaria drags on through the winter of 773 and into the spring of 774. It is a war of patience, a contest of granaries. Inside the city, Desiderius watches his food stocks dwindle. Outside, the Franks build winter quarters, turning their camp into a temporary city of wood and leather. The blockade is absolute. But Charlemagne, restless and deeply pious, feels the pull of a different kind of duty. As Easter approaches, the holiest date in the Christian calendar, he decides to leave the stagnation of the siege lines. He takes a select retinue of bishops, dukes, and his personal guard, and rides south. He is going to Rome. This journey is a pilgrimage, but it is also a victory lap. For the first time in history, a Frankish king is approaching the Eternal City not as an invader, like the Visigoths or Vandals, but as a savior. The landscape changes as they ride through Tuscany. The harsh alpine jaggedness softens into rolling hills of cypress and olive, lands that still bear the scars of centuries of neglect. But as the road turns, the skyline of Rome appears in the distance. It is not the Rome of the Caesars, gleaming with white marble. It is a city of ghosts, a sprawling, overgrown ruin where 50,000 people live in the shell of a metropolis designed for 1 million. Sheep graze in the forum. The aqueducts are broken teeth against the sky. The Colosseum is a hollow mountain of stone. Yet, to Charlemagne, whose own capital is a collection of timber halls, this decaying grandeur is overwhelming. It is the physical skeleton of the empire he dreams of. Pope Adrian Thrones is terrified and thrilled. He has summoned this giant, and now the giant is here. He orders a reception, usually reserved for the exarch, the emperor's representative. The scene on Holy Saturday, April 2nd, 774, is pure theatre. 30 miles from the city, the local militias come out with waving banners. As Charlemagne reaches the grim expanse of the Vatican Hill, still outside the city walls in this era, he is met by the guilds of Rome, carrying palm branches and singing hymns. The air is thick with the dust of the road and the heavy scent of crushed flowers thrown in his path. When Charlemagne arrives at the foot of the steps leading up to Old St. Peter's Basilica, he does something that stuns the crowd. He dismounts. He does not ride up to the doors as a conqueror. He walks. And as he ascends the stairs, he stops at each step to bend down and kiss the stone. It is a performance of profound humility, a physical demonstration that the sword of the Franks bows to the keys of St. Peter. At the top of the stairs, Pope Adrian is waiting. The two men embrace, the patrician and the pontiff, and the crowd erupts in the traditional acclamation, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." They enter the basilica together. The interior is a cavern of shadows and gold, lit by thousands of oil lamps that reflect off the mosaics. Here, amidst the bones of the apostle, the alliance is sealed, not with ink, but with prayer. Charlemagne spends Easter in the city, moving through the liturgy with a devout intensity that impresses the cynical Romans. But the real business happens on the Wednesday after Easter. In the chapel of St. Peter, Charlemagne and Adrian get down to politics. The Pope produces a document, or perhaps reminds Charlemagne of a promise. This is the moment where history gets murky. The papal biographers claims that Charlemagne ordered his chaplain to draw up a new donation, confirming and vastly expanding the territories his father Pepin had granted to the church. The list of lands is staggering. It includes not just the exarchate of Ravenna, but huge swathes of Italy, including Corsica, Venice, and Parma. Historians still argue fiercely about this donation of 774. Did Charlemagne really promise to give away half of Italy? Or did the papal scribes, writing years later, invent or exaggerate the document to justify their own land grabs? The original parchment has never been found. It is likely that Charlemagne, swept up in the emotion of the moment, promised more than he ever intended to deliver. He was a man of grand gestures, and standing in the incense-clouded sanctuary of the first apostle, the temptation to play the benevolent emperor was irresistible. He signed the document, placing it on the altar of St. Peter, swearing an oath that bound the Frankish crown to the defense of the papal states forever. This visit changes Charlemagne. He arrived as a Germanic warlord. He leaves carrying the invisible weight of Rome. He has walked the streets where Caesars walked. He has seen the potential of a unified Christian civilization, one that combines Frankish strength with Roman order. The vision of the empire is no longer just an abstract idea. It is a memory of stone and chant. He understands now that his power is not just for conquest, but for restoration. But the reverie cannot last. The reality of war waits in the north. The siege of Pavia is still holding. King Desiderius is still on his throne. Charlemagne bids farewell to the Pope, receiving a final blessing, and rides back to the siege lines. The interlude is over. The pilgrim must become the executioner. He returns to his camp to find the city of Pavia starving. The defenders are eating leather and rats. The will of the Lombards is broken. Desiderius, looking out from his palace walls, sees the return of the king who has the blessing of Peter. He realizes that no miracle is coming to save him. The walls of Rome have strengthened the resolve of the Franks, and the walls of Pavia are about to crumble. The end of the Lombard kingdom is at hand, and with it, the birth of a new power in Europe. The summer heat of 774 hangs heavy over the Po Valley, shimmering off the brick walls of Pavia. Inside the city, the silence of the siege has been replaced by the low murmur of defeat. The granaries are empty, the rats are gone, and hope has evaporated. On a Tuesday in June, the heavy gates, which had remained shut for 9 months against the most powerful army in Europe, slowly creak open. There is no storming of the city, no clash of steel in the streets. Instead, a solemn procession emerges. King Desiderius, the last ruler of independent Lombardy, walks out to meet his conqueror. He is a man hollowed out by hunger and the crushing realization that his dynasty ends with him. He surrenders unconditionally. Charlemagne, seated on his horse, watches this capitulation with the impassive gaze of a man who believes he is executing the will of God. The fate of Desiderius is a masterclass in Carolingian mercy, which is to say, it is a political neutralization that avoids the messiness of martyrdom. Charlemagne does not execute him. He does not blind him, as a Byzantine emperor might have done. Instead, he shaves him. Desiderius and his wife Ansa are tonsured and sent north to the monastery of Corbie in Picardy. It is a civil death. The king who once threatened Rome is swallowed by the silence of the cloister, destined to spend his remaining years praying for the soul of the man who took his crown. His son, Adalgis, manages to slip away, fleeing across the sea to Constantinople, where he will spend the rest of his life as a bitter pawn in the games of the Byzantine court, a ghost haunting the edges of Charlemagne's map. With the old king gone, Charlemagne enters the capital of Pavia. He rides to the royal palace, and there, in a ceremony of profound significance, he takes the crown of the Lombards. This object, the famous Iron Crown, is one of the great artifacts of history. Legend and the whispered stories of the monks claims that the band of iron running around the inside of the gold and jewels is forged from a nail of the true cross, brought back by Saint Helena. Whether true or not, the symbolism is electric. The king's authority is literally hammered from the passion of Christ. But what Charlemagne does next is even more revolutionary than the conquest itself. In the ancient world, when a king conquered a people, he usually destroyed their identity, looting their treasures and incorporating their lands into his own. Charlemagne does something different. He does not dissolve the Lombard kingdom. He adopts it. He takes a new title, Rex Francorum et Langobardorum, King of the Franks and the Lombards. He wears 2 crowns. He keeps the Lombard laws, the Lombard dukes, those who swear loyalty, and the Lombard administrative systems, which are frankly much better than his own. It is the first time a Germanic king has ruled 2 distinct nations simultaneously without merging them. He is building a multinational empire, holding together different peoples, laws, and customs through the sheer force of his own person. Yet, there is no time to enjoy the victory. As the iron crown settles on his brow, messengers arrive from the north, their horses nearly dead from exhaustion. The news is grim, though entirely predictable. While the cat was away in Italy, the mice in Saxony have not just played. They have rampaged. The Saxons, seeing the Frankish armies occupied in the south, have exploded across the border. They have burned the church at Fritzlar again. They are raiding deep into Frankish territory, driven by a fury that seems inexhaustible. The peace of Eresburg was a mirage. Charlemagne does not hesitate. He leaves a garrison in Pavia, entrusts the administration of Italy to loyal counts, and turns his army north. The speed of his movement is his greatest weapon. He recrosses the Alps, moving with a velocity that seems to defy the logistics of the 8th century. He strikes the Saxons at terrified Ingelheim, catching them completely off guard. They thought he was still basking in the Italian sun. Instead, he is charging out of the autumn mist in Germany. He drives them back, killing and burning, forcing another round of hollow submissions. But this time, the frustration in Charlemagne is palpable. He realizes that the Saxons are not playing by the rules of civilized warfare. They do not have a king to capture or a capital to hold. They are like water. You strike them, and they disperse, only to flood back in when you turn away. It is during this period of endless grinding frontier warfare, from 775 to 777, that Charlemagne's court begins to harden. The constant campaigning creates a warrior aristocracy that is fiercely loyal to him, bound by blood and shared hardship. But the king is looking for a way to break the stalemate. He needs a victory that is absolute. He calls a massive assembly at Paderborn in 777. This is the first time a Frankish assembly has been held on Saxon soil. It is a bold statement of ownership. This land is mine now. He compels the Saxon chiefs to attend, to be baptized, to swear oaths. Many do, cowed by his presence. But one chair is empty. Widukind, the most dangerous of the Saxon leaders, the soul of the resistance, has refused to come. He has fled north to Denmark, to the court of the Viking king Sigfrid, waiting for his moment, while at Paderborn, surrounded by sullen Saxons and exhausted Franks, a strange and exotic delegation arrives. They are not from the north, but from the deep south. They are Moors, Muslims from Al-Andalus, Spain. The leader is Suleiman al-Arabi, the governor of Barcelona and Girona. He comes with a proposition that dazzles the Frankish king. He tells Charlemagne that the emir of Córdoba, the ruler of Muslim Spain, is a tyrant and a usurper. Suleiman claims that he and several other governors are ready to rebel. They offer Charlemagne a golden opportunity. If he marches his army into Spain, the cities of the north, Zaragoza, Barcelona, Huesca, will open their gates to him. They will become his vassals. Charlemagne listens, and his imagination catches fire. He sees a chance to do what his grandfather, the Hammer, never did. The Hammer had merely stopped the Muslims at Tours. Charlemagne could roll them back. He could be the liberator of the Christians in Spain. He could expand Christendom south of the Pyrenees, creating a buffer zone that would protect France forever. It is a seductive vision, a crusade 300 years before the Crusades. It promises glory, plunder, and the approval of God. It also offers a reprieve from the muddy, miserable guerrilla war in Saxony. Spain is rich, civilized, and according to Suleiman, ready to fall into his lap like a ripe orange. Charlemagne accepts the offer. He does not know it yet, but he is walking into a trap, not laid by his enemies, but by his own ambition. He assumes that the politics of Spain are as simple as the governor describes. He assumes that Christian armies will be welcomed by Muslim rebels. He assumes that the gates will open. He begins to gather his forces for the campaign of 778, a campaign that will lead him to the greatest humiliation of his military life, and yet, paradoxically, to the source of his most enduring legend. The Iron King turns his eyes toward the Pyrenees, unaware that the mountains hold shadows darker than any he has faced before. The spring of 778 arrives with a deceptive promise of glory. The Frankish war machine, the most terrifying instrument of violence in Western Europe, is pivoting south. Charlemagne has swallowed the bait offered by the Muslim governor Suleiman al-Arabi. He envisions a lightning campaign, a liberation of Spain that will mirror the swift conquest of Italy. The scope of his ambition is revealed in his strategy. He divides his forces once again, employing the pincer movement that crushed the Lombards. He commands the main column, a massive serpent of iron, winding through the western passes of the Pyrenees, along the old Roman road that cuts through the Basque country. A second army, led by his most trusted counts, pushes through the eastern passes near the Mediterranean. They are to meet, like the jaws of a trap, at Zaragoza, the great city on the Ebro River. Imagine the sight of Charlemagne's column crossing the Roncesvalles Pass for the first time. It is Easter Sunday when they arrive at the foothills. The air is thin, filled with the scent of wild thyme and the ozone of melting snow. The Frankish knights, sweating in their mail, look up at the jagged limestone peaks of the Pyrenees, the gate of Spain. This is not the dark, claustrophobic forest of Saxony. This is a landscape of vertical awe. But there is a silent threat here. The mountains are not empty. They are the home of the Basques, the Vasconnaes. They are an ancient people, older than the Romans, older than the Celts, clinging to their rugged independence with the ferocity of mountain goats. They are technically Christians, but they owe no loyalty to the Frankish king or the distant emir in Cordoba. As Charlemagne's army lumbers through their valleys, the Basques watch from the ridges, unseen, counting the spears. Charlemagne, focused on the Muslim infidel ahead, ignores the Christian barbarian on his flanks. It is a fatal oversight. The descent into the Ebro Valley feels at first like a triumph. The Frankish army sweeps through the countryside. Pamplona, a Christian Basque stronghold, opens its gates to Charlemagne. He occupies the city, but he does not linger. His eyes are fixed on the prize, Zaragoza. He marches south, the heat rising, the landscape turning from green to the dusty gold of the Spanish interior. He meets his eastern army outside the walls of Zaragoza. The pincer has closed. The trap is set. The king rides up to the gates, expecting them to be thrown open by his ally, Suleiman al-Arabi. The gates remain shut. The reality of Spanish politics crashes down on Charlemagne. The governor of Zaragoza, a man named Hussein, has not agreed to the deal. Suleiman had promised more than he could deliver. Or perhaps the political winds inside the city had shifted. Hussein looks down from the formidable stone walls, walls built by Romans and reinforced by Moors, and refuses to surrender. He declares he is loyal to the emir, or at least loyal enough not to let a Frankish Christian army occupy his city. Suleiman, the man who started this whole adventure, is left standing in the Frankish camp, stammering excuses. Charlemagne is furious. He has marched an army across a mountain range based on a lie. The Franks attempt a siege, but their hearts are not in it. They are far from home, in a land where the sun beats down like a physical weight. The supplies they brought are dwindling, and the local countryside has been stripped bare. This is not the rich plains of Italy. It is a dry, hostile terrain where thirst kills as quickly as arrows. For over a month, Charlemagne stares at the walls of Zaragoza. He launches assaults, but they are repelled. The golden opportunity has turned into a dusty stalemate. To make matters worse, rumors begin to trickle in from the north. The Saxons, hearing that the Iron King is stuck in Spain, have risen again. The Hydra has grown a new head. Charlemagne realizes he is overextended. He is caught in the classic trap of the imperialist, trying to hold too much, too far away. He makes the hard, humiliating decision to retreat. He breaks camp, but he needs a scapegoat. He arrests Suleiman al-Arabi, shackling the governor in irons. If he cannot take the city, he will at least take the liar who brought him there. The retreat begins. The army turns north, back toward the Pyrenees. The mood is foul. There is no loot, no glory, only the dust of failure in their mouths. As they approach Pamplona again, the Basque city that had peacefully admitted them on the way down, Charlemagne makes a decision that is baffled by cruelty and strategic incompetence. He fears that if he leaves Pamplona intact, the Basques might rebel and cut off his rear. So he orders the city's walls to be destroyed. The Frankish engineers tear down the fortifications, leaving the city defenseless. It is an act of domination, a message that says, I may be leaving, but I am still the master. But to the Basques, watching their defenses crumble, it is a betrayal. They had opened their gates to a fellow Christian, and he has repaid them by stripping them naked before their enemies. The destruction of Pamplona's walls is the spark that ignites the fuse of the disaster to come. The Basques do not fight the Franks in the open field. They cannot match the heavy cavalry. Instead, they take to the high ground. They send runners through the mountain goat paths. They gather on the slopes of the pass that the Franks must cross to get home. Charlemagne does not see them. He marches out of Pamplona, his columns stretching for miles, a snake of soldiers, baggage wagons, and stolen gold. He believes the danger is behind him, in the Muslim south. He places his most trusted commander, Rodland, known to history as Roland, the prefect of the Breton March, in charge of the rear guard. This is the post of honor, but also the post of supreme danger. Roland is responsible for the baggage train, the loot, and the safety of the king's back. As the main body of the army, led by Charlemagne, enters the narrow defile of Roncesvalles, the sun is shining. The king rides through the pass, the steep, wooded slopes rising on either side like the walls of a cathedral. He crosses the summit and begins the descent into Frankish territory. He is safe. He breathes a sigh of relief. But miles behind him, the rear guard is still deep in the throat of the mountains. The baggage wagons are struggling up the incline. The soldiers are tired, their guard down. The shadows of the beech trees are lengthening as the afternoon wears on. The silence of the peaks is heavy, unnatural. And then a sound, not the call of an eagle, but the shrill whistle of a signal. From the tree line, thousands of rocks begin to fall. The Basques have not brought siege engines. They are using gravity. Boulders crash into the column, smashing wagons and crushing horses. Then the warriors follow. Lightly armed, fleet-footed men in hemp sandals swarm down the slopes. They do not charge the front, they attack the chaos. They cut the hamstrings of the horses. They pull the knights from their saddles. Charlemagne, miles ahead, hears the faint echo of the horn, or perhaps just the sudden absence of the rear guard's noise. He stops. He listens. But it is too late. The mountains have closed behind him. He is separated from his men by a wall of stone and a cloud of ambush. The Battle of Roncesvalles is not a battle. It is a massacre. And the man who will become the greatest hero of medieval literature is about to die in a muddy ditch, not fighting for God against the Muslims, but fighting for his life against angry Christian mountaineers who simply wanted their city left alone. Chaos has a specific sound in a mountain pass. It is not the clean rhythmic clashing of swords found in heroic ballads. It is a cacophony of panicked whinnies, the crunch of boulders smashing through wood and bone, and the terrifying hollow clang of iron armor striking rock. In the late afternoon of August 15th, 738, the rear guard of the Frankish army is not fighting a battle. It is being digested by the landscape itself. The Roncesvalles Pass has become a slaughterhouse. The Basques, light and sure-footed in their hemp sandals, albahacas, move across the scree slopes like smoke. They do not stand and fight. They strike and vanish. They hurl javelins that punch through the heavy chainmail of the Frankish knights who are trapped in the valley floor, their horses rearing and slipping on the loose stones. The tactical mismatch is absolute. The Frankish war machine is built for the open plains, a hammer designed to smash static anvils. Here, in the narrow twilight ravine, the hammer swings at empty air. The heavy cavalry, the pride of Europe, is useless. A knight knocked from his saddle here is a turtle on its back, struggling to rise under 40 pounds of iron, while agile mountaineers slit his throat. The baggage train, the wagons loaded with the gold of the Spanish adventure, becomes a fatal obstacle, blocking the path, turning the retreat into a gridlock of death. At the center of the storm stands Rodeland, the prefect of the Breton March, the man history will immortalize as Roland. But this is not the Roland of the poems yet. There is no magic horn, Oliphant bursting his temples, no angel descending to catch his glove. This is a desperate soldier fighting for his life in the mud and blood. Beside him falls Egihard, the royal seneschal, the man responsible for the king's household. To lose the seneschal is like losing a prime minister in combat. Anselm, the count of the palace, goes down as well. These are not nameless red shirts. They are the inner circle, the men who ate at Charlemagne's table, who swam with him in the Rhine, who helped build his empire. Their deaths are a staggering decapitation of the Frankish high command. The sun dips behind the peaks, plunging the valley into a premature night. The fighting does not fade. It simply becomes more intimate and terrified. The Basques, knowing the terrain in the dark, finish the work. They strip the dead with efficient speed, taking the valuable mailcoats, the swords, the gold cups from the wagons. And then, as quickly as the avalanche began, it stops. The attackers melt back into the forests and the high ridges, carrying their loot into the secret folds of the Pyrenees, where no heavy horse can follow. They leave behind only the dead and the dying, and a silence that is louder than the screaming. Miles ahead, in the vanguard, Charlemagne halts. The column has stopped moving. The silence from the rear is not the silence of safety. It is the silence of a severed limb. He orders the army to turn back. They ride hard, back up the slope, back into the mouth of the pass. But they are chasing ghosts. When the king arrives at the scene, the moon is lightly illuminating the carnage. He finds his baggage train looted and burned. He finds his friends, men he has known since childhood, stripped and butchered among the rocks. The emotional impact on Charlemagne is devastating. Einhard, his biographer, usually so careful to present the king as a stoic Roman-style emperor, cracks the facade here. He writes that the king suffered a cloud over his heart. This was his first true defeat, and it was not at the hands of a great empire or a mighty king. It was a humiliation inflicted by a ragtag group of mountaineers. It was a failure of his own judgment. He had trusted the wrong allies in Spain. He had destroyed the walls of Pamplona out of spite, and he had exposed his rear guard to retribution. The Iron King stands amidst the wreckage, realizing that his power has limits. He cannot command the mountains. He cannot protect everyone. He camps there that night, surrounded by the dead. There is no pursuit. To chase the Basques into the night would be to invite a second massacre. The Franks bury their dead where they can, or perhaps pack the bodies of the high nobles in salt to be carried home. The army then turns around and resumes the march north, a somber, limping procession. They have survived the Spanish adventure, but they have left their honor in the pass. The news of the disaster ripples through the empire. It is a dangerous moment. If the Saxons or Lombards smell blood, if they think the old lion is wounded, the rebellions will start again. Charlemagne knows this. He suppresses the details. The defeat is minimized in the official records. The royal Frankish annals barely mention it at first. A classic example of royal propaganda trying to overwrite reality. Charlemagne moves quickly to re-establish his authority, launching new campaigns, issuing new laws, drowning out the memory of Roncesvalles with the noise of new victories. But the memory does not die. It goes underground. In the mead halls and around the campfires, the soldiers whisper the story. They talk about Ruadland and how he stood against thousands. They talk about the betrayal. And over the centuries, as the oral tradition passes from father to son, the story begins to change. The muddy, bloody reality of 778 is slowly polished. The Basques, who were Christians, are inconvenient for a story about holy war, so they are gradually transformed into Saracens, vast armies of Muslims. The loot-focused ambush becomes a heroic last stand to save Christendom. Ruadland, a competent border warden, becomes Roland, the nephew of the king, the perfect knight. Charlemagne never returns to Spain. He creates a buffer zone, the Spanish March, the future Catalonia, to keep the Muslims at bay, but he leaves the conquest of the peninsula to others. The disaster at Roncesvalles teaches him a lesson in humility and logistics that he never forgets. He becomes more cautious, more methodical, but as he rides north, away from the mountains, he carries a ghost with him. The death of Roland is a wound that never quite heals, a reminder that even the David of the Franks can bleed. And while the king tries to forget, the poets are already beginning to remember, stitching together the first lines of a song that will one day eclipse the true history of the man who lived it. The bodies are buried, but the myth is just waking up. 3 centuries pass. The mud of the Roncesvalles Pass dries, the bones of the fallen turn to dust, and the trees grow over the scars in the earth. But the story does not die. It incubates. It travels from the fireside whispers of Frankish veterans to the market squares of medieval Europe, carried by jongleurs, wandering minstrels who strum lutes and know that a good story is worth more than a true one. In this slow alchemical process of oral tradition, the humiliating tactical defeat of 778 is transmuted into the golden foundation myth of European chivalry, the Song of Roland, La Chanson de Roland. To understand the legend of Charlemagne, we must step away from the historical king for a moment and look at the mythic emperor this poem created. Written down in its final form around the late 11th century, likely to fire up bloodlust for the First Crusade, the poem completely rewrites reality. The Gascon bandits of history are erased, replaced by a terrifying oceanic host of 400,000 Saracens, Muslims, led by the fictional King Marsil. The ambush is no longer a consequence of Charlemagne's poor scouting or the Basques' anger. It is the result of a cosmic betrayal by Ganelon, Roland's stepfather, who sells out the rear guard out of pure jealousy. And Ruadland, the hard-working prefect of the Breton March, is promoted. He becomes Roland, Charlemagne's beloved nephew, the perfect knight, the right arm of Christendom. The scene the poem paints is one of the most enduring images in Western literature. Imagine the pass, not as a trap, but as a stage. Roland and his companion, Oliver, the voice of reason to Roland's reckless pride, stand with the 12 peers of France. They see the Saracen horizon darkening with armor. Oliver begs Roland to blow his great horn, the Oliphant, to summon Charlemagne back while there is still time. But Roland refuses. "God forbid that my kin should be blamed," he cries. He is trapped by the terrifying logic of honor. To ask for help is to admit fear. He chooses death over bad PR. The battle that follows is a ballet of violence. The poem lingers on the joy of the strike, the cleaving of shields and helmets. It is propaganda written in verse, designed to tell knights that dying for the king and the faith is the ultimate good. But as the 12 peers fall one by one and Roland is left alone on the field, the tone shifts from martial glory to heartbreaking tragedy. Now finally, Roland decides to blow the horn, but it is too late for rescue. He blows it only so Charlemagne will know they died fighting. The poem describes the effort with visceral intensity. Roland blows the Oliphant with such superhuman force that the veins in his temples burst. The sound rolls through the Pyrenees, a ghostly wail that reaches Charlemagne's army 30 leagues away. The king hears it. He stops his horse. He knows. "That is Roland's horn," he says. "He would never blow it unless he were fighting." Ganelon tries to dismiss it, saying Roland is probably just hunting a hare. But the king knows the sound of death. He turns the army around, tears streaming into his white beard. In the poem, Charlemagne is always ancient, a 200-year-old patriarch, not the vigorous 36-year-old he actually was in 778. Back in the pass, Roland is dying, but before he goes, he has one last concern: his sword, Durandal. This weapon is a relic in itself, its hilt containing a tooth of St. Peter, blood of St. Basil, and hair of St. Denis. He cannot let it fall into pagan hands. In a scene of desperate pathos, the dying hero staggers to a marble rock and tries to smash the sword against it. He strikes the stone 10 times. The rock shatters, but the sword remains unbroken, gleaming and sharp. It is indestructible, like the faith it defends. Realizing he cannot destroy it, He lies down beneath a pine tree, facing the enemy land of Spain, so everyone will know he died advancing, not retreating. He holds out his right glove to God, an act of feudal submission. And in the poem's climax, the archangel Gabriel descends to take the glove and carry the soul of the count into paradise. It is magnificent, it is heartbreaking, and it is almost entirely untrue. But here is where history gets complicated. The lie became more powerful than the truth. The Song of Roland shaped the mindset of the Middle Ages. It defined the code of chivalry, the idea that a knight must be loyal, brave, and pious. It taught men how to die. When William the Conqueror's army stood on the field of Hastings in 1066, a minstrel named Taillefer allegedly rode out before the lines, juggling his sword and singing verses from the Song of Roland to give the Normans courage. The ghost of Charlemagne's nephew was helping to conquer England almost 300 years after his death. The poem also transformed Charlemagne himself. It turned him from a pragmatic, often ruthless political operator into a saintly, weary figure of universal justice. In the end of the poem, after avenging Roland and slaughtering the Saracens, the angel Gabriel visits the sleeping emperor and tells him he must ride out again to fight yet another war. Charlemagne weeps and pulls at his white beard, crying, "God, how painful is my life." It captures the tragedy of the long king, the man who outlives his friends, his family, and his happiness, condemned to an endless cycle of duty. Historians and literary scholars still debate the silence of centuries. How much of the oral tradition survived from the actual battle? Did the Basques really become Saracens because of the Crusades? Or was it a gradual confusion? Some argue that the name Ganelon might be based on a historical traitor, Wenilo, a bishop who betrayed Charlemagne's grandson later in the 9th century. The layers of the story are like geological strata, each era adding its own fears and values to the bedrock of 778. But as we leave the myth and return to the 8th century, we must remember that the real Charlemagne did not have the luxury of weeping under a pine tree. He did not have a magic sword. He had a kingdom in shock. The disaster at Roncesvalles was a wake-up call. It revealed the limits of expansion. It taught him that he could not simply ride to the ends of the earth and expect to win. He had to consolidate. He had to govern. The Spanish adventure was over. The era of administration was about to begin. The king wipes the tears, if there were any, from his eyes and turns his attention to a challenge even harder than crossing mountains, building a state that can function without him. He turns from the sword to the quill, from the battlefield to the courtroom. He calls for his horse, not to charge, but to inspect. The Missi Dominici are about to ride. The dust of the Pyrenees settles, and the ghost of Roland fades into the mists of legend, leaving Charlemagne to face a challenge far more daunting than any mountain pass or Saracen ambush, the silence of distance. We must now shift our gaze from the battlefield to the muddy, rutted roads of the Frankish interior in the late 780s. The empire is becoming vast, stretching from the wind-swept moors of Brittany to the dark forests of Bavaria, from the North Sea to the jagged spine of Italy. In an age without telephones, telegraphs, or paved highways, distance is the enemy of order. A count in a remote province is effectively a king in his own castle. He can tax the peasants into starvation, ignore the laws, and steal the church's silver. And it might take months for the news to reach Charlemagne's ear. If the king is the head, the empire is a body with a paralyzed nervous system. Charlemagne, possessing a mind that craves structure as much as it craves conquest, refuses to let his realm rot from the edges inward. He creates an institution that becomes the heartbeat of his administration. The Missi Dominici, the envoys of the Lord King. Imagine standing in the square of a small, rain-soaked town in Burgundy. The local count has been ruling with a heavy hand, confident that the emperor is hundreds of miles away fighting Saxons. But then, a ripple of panic moves through the market. Two riders appear at the gates. They are not ordinary messengers. One wears the sword and spurs of a high noble. The other wears the robes of a bishop or abbot. They travel together, a deliberate pairing of the secular and the spiritual, the sword and the cross. They are the Missi. They carry the ban, the royal authority, of Charlemagne himself. When they dismount, the local count bows low, sweating in the cold air, because he knows that for the next few days, these men are the king. The genius of the system lies in its redundancy. By sending a layman and a churchman together, Charlemagne ensures they watch each other as much as they watch the province. A count might be bribed with gold, but a bishop is, theoretically, worried about his soul. They hold a court session, open to all free men. They listen to complaints. They ask uncomfortable questions. Has the count taken land that belongs to the widow? Has the priest been drunk at the altar? Are the bridges repaired? Is the king's peace being kept? They are the auditors of the medieval world, traveling the circuit of the realm to ensure that the justice of Aachen reaches the furthest muddy hamlet. They carry with them the primary tool of Carolingian government, the capitulary. These are royal decrees, divided into chapters, capitula, that reveal the staggering, almost obsessive scope of Charlemagne's mind. He does not just legislate on murder and treason, he legislates on everything. He is a micromanager on a continental scale. There are capitularies regulating the price of grain to prevent famine profiteering. There are rules on how to conduct a trial by ordeal. There are instructions on how nuns should sing the psalms. In the famous Capitulare de Villis, Charlemagne dictates exactly what vegetables and trees must be grown on his royal estates, listing 73 specific plants, from lilies and roses to shallots and cucumbers. He even orders that care should be taken that our hens and geese are well fed and their eggs collected. It is a charming, humanizing detail. The emperor of the Romans, the terror of the Saxons, lying awake at night, worrying if the chickens in Aquitaine are being counted correctly. But beneath the vegetables and the eggs lies a profound attempt to impose a moral architecture on chaos. Charlemagne views his empire not just as a political entity, but as a ecclesia, a church in the widest sense. He believes he is personally responsible to God for the salvation of every soul in his lands. If a bridge collapses and kills a traveler because a count was lazy, that is a sin on Charlemagne's conscience. If a priest mumbles the baptismal rite so the child isn't properly baptized, that soul is lost, and Charlemagne will have to answer for it at the last judgment. This terrified sense of spiritual liability drives the Missi to be relentless. They are not just checking the books, they are scrubbing the empire's soul clean. Historians still argue fiercely about how effective this system really was. Was it a state in the modern sense, with a functioning bureaucracy? Or was it a theater of order, where the Missy appeared, fixed a few things, and then chaos returned the moment they rode away. The skeptical view suggests that the sheer size of the empire and the slowness of travel made true centralization impossible. The optimistic view argues that the very existence of the Missy created a psychological unity, a sense that the king's justice was a real, tangible force that could descend at any moment. The truth, as always, likely walks the muddy middle road. The system worked, but it relied entirely on the energy of the man at the top. It was a government powered by Charlemagne's own adrenaline. The arrival of the Missy also brought a cultural revolution. They carried books. They mandated that priests needed to be able to read and understand the Latin they were muttering. They inspected the local schools. They were the carriers of the Carolingian Renaissance, spreading the corrected texts and the new legible script from the palace school out into the provinces. A peasant in a remote village might never see the emperor, but he would hear the emperor's new, standardized liturgy sung in his church, and he would see the emperor's coin, the silver denarius, stamped with the royal monogram, used in the market. Charlemagne standardized the currency, replacing the chaotic jumble of local gold coins with a solid silver standard that facilitated trade from England to Italy. In a way, he created the first euro, 12 centuries early. Yet, for all the capitularies and the roving envoys, the system had a flaw. It was personal. It depended on loyalty, not institutions. The counts obeyed the Missy because they feared Charlemagne, not because they respected the abstract concept of the law. If the king ever showed weakness, if the Iron Emperor ever began to rust, the local lords would tear up the capitularies and go back to ruling for themselves. Charlemagne seemed to sense this fragility. He knew that paper laws were not enough. To truly rule this sprawling, restless beast of an empire, he could not just send envoys. He had to be the envoy. He had to be everywhere, and so the governance of the realm became a life of perpetual motion. The court did not sit. It rode. The king became a nomad in his own land, a shark that had to keep moving to breathe. As the Missy pack up their scrolls and prepare to leave the village, checking their saddlebags and receiving the final nervous bows of the local officials, the sun sets over a landscape that is slowly being knitted together. It is an imperfect union, held together by beeswax seals and the terrifying reputation of one man. But it is a union nonetheless. The Dark Ages are not so dark here. They are lit by the flickering lamps of scribes copying laws that try to make the world a little less cruel, a little more orderly. But the man who writes the laws cannot rest. He is already in the saddle, looking for a place to finally lay his head, a place that will be more than a campsite, a place that will be a Rome of his own making. The Empire of Charlemagne is not a place you can find on a static map. It is a kinetic event, a phenomenon of perpetual motion. For the first 2 decades of his reign, the capital of the Franks is wherever the king's horse happens to be tethered. We must discard the image of a monarch sitting on a velvet throne in a stone castle. Instead, visualize a massive, noisy, muddy caravan winding its way through the forests of the Ardennes or the valleys of the Loire. This is the ambulatory court, a traveling city of thousands that moves with the seasons, a predator that migrates to feed. The logistics of this movement are mind-boggling. In the 8th century, the road system is a ghost of the Roman past. Broken stones, overgrown tracks, and mud that can swallow a wagon wheel to the axle. Yet, the court moves. It must move. The reason is a simple, brutal economic reality. It is easier to move the mouths to the food than to move the food to the mouths. The medieval economy is agricultural and local. There are no highways capable of transporting enough grain and wine to feed thousands of people in one spot indefinitely. If Charlemagne stayed in one palace for a year, the surrounding countryside would be eaten bare, stripped like a field visited by locusts. So, the king circles. He travels from one royal villa to another, from Herstal to Thionville, to Attigny, to Kirchy, consuming the surplus of the harvest at each stop before moving on. It is a metabolic rhythm. The arrival of the king is a festival for the local region, but it is also a strain. The fodrum, fodder tax, demands that the locals provide hay for the horses, a burden that makes the ground tremble when the royal outriders appear on the horizon. Imagine the sensory experience of this procession. It is a sensory riot. At the front rides the king, towering and energetic, likely chatting with his counts, or dictating to a scribe who is trying desperately to write on a wax tablet while bouncing in the saddle. Behind him comes the queen, Hildegard, traveling in a covered wagon, a karuka, cushioned with furs against the jolts, surrounded by the royal children. Then comes the machinery of the state, wagons piled high with tapestries, iron-bound chests of silver coins, collapsible furniture, and the portable altar for the daily mass. Behind them, the army of support staff, cooks, grooms, blacksmiths, falconers, and dog handlers with the royal hunting pack. It smells of wet wool, horse sweat, wood smoke, and unwashed humanity. It sounds like a rolling thunder of hooves, shouting voices, and the creaking of timber. For the courtiers, this life is an endurance test. The poet Theodulf of Orleans, who traveled with the court, left us verses complaining about the mud, the bad food, and the endless bone-shaking journeys. He describes the jostling of the crowds, the constant packing and unpacking, the struggle to find a dry place to sleep. But Charlemagne loves it. He is a man of boundless physical vitality who hates stagnation. The road is his natural habitat. He rules from the saddle. He hears cases by the side of the road, pointing his riding crop at a dispute over a boundary stone and settling it before the dust has settled. This visibility is crucial. To the peasant working in the field, seeing the king ride past is a confirmation that the world is in order. The king is not a distant rumor. He is a physical reality, a giant who breathes the same air and gets rained on by the same clouds. The destinations of this wandering court, the royal villa, are not the stone castles of later medieval romance. They are essentially fortified farm complexes. The main hall is a large timber structure, perhaps with a stone foundation, featuring a high roof to let out the smoke from the central hearth. There are no glass windows, only wooden shutters. The floors are beaten earth or strewn with rushes and fragrant herbs to mask the smell of the dogs that sleep by the fire. When the king arrives, the cold, empty hall is suddenly transformed. Tapestries are hung on the drafty walls to trap the heat. The fires are lit. The trestle tables are set up. In an hour, a barn becomes a palace. The evenings are filled with the roasting of meat. Charlemagne loved roast meat and hated the doctors who later told him to eat boiled stew, and the sound of recitation. He does not employ jesters or jugglers. He listens to history books, or The City of God by St. Augustine read aloud while he eats. Life in the wandering court is intimate. There is no privacy. The king, the queen, the counts, and the bishops live in close proximity, a pressure cooker of ambition and intrigue. Yet, amidst this chaos, Charlemagne manages to create pockets of domestic normalcy. He is a devoted, almost possessive father. He refuses to let his daughters marry and leave the court, calling them his crowned doves. He wants them close, carrying them with him on these endless journeys. We see him in the chronicles not just as a warlord, but as a dad, swimming with his sons in the rivers they cross, teaching them to hunt, turning the court into a mobile schoolhouse. However, the strain of this lifestyle begins to tell. As the empire expands, the distances become too great for a single man to cover. A rebellion in Saxony, a crisis in Italy, a raid in Spain, the king cannot be everywhere. The nervous system is stretching. The control by presence that worked for a kingdom of Franks is struggling to hold an empire of Europeans. The road, once his ally, is becoming his jailer. He begins to feel the need for a center, a pivot point where the wheel can turn without the axle breaking. He needs a place that is not just a farm, but a symbol, a new Rome in the north. But before the stones of Aachen can be laid, the intellectual foundations must be poured. The wandering court is not just moving bodies, it is starving for minds. Charlemagne, the illiterate genius, realizes that his swords can conquer lands, but they cannot administer souls. He looks around his table at the rough warrior counts and the semi-literate priests, and he knows it is not enough. He needs firepower of a different kind. He sends his gaze across the channel to the misty island of Britain, where the light of learning has been kept burning in the monasteries of Northumbria. He hears of a scholar there, a man named Alcuin, whose mind is a library and whose voice is a teacher's. The king stops his horse. He is ready to import the one thing his caravans cannot carry: wisdom. The wandering is about to find a purpose, and the muddy road is leading straight to the door of the greatest schoolmaster in Europe. The year is 781, and the scene is Parma, Italy. The king is resting from another crossing of the Alps, the dust of the road still clinging to his cloak. Here, in the shadow of the crumbling Roman world, a meeting takes place that will alter the DNA of Western civilization more than any battle the Franks ever fought. Charlemagne meets Alcuin of York. Alcuin is not a warrior. He is a deacon from Northumbria, a man from the edge of the known world, where the monasteries of Bede and Benedict Biscop have kept the flame of classical learning burning while the continent slipped into twilight. He is nearing 50, a gentle, humorous, and profoundly brilliant scholar. Charlemagne, instantly recognizing a mind that matches the scale of his own ambition, makes him an offer he cannot refuse. Come to the Frankish court, not as a guest, but as the architect of a new mind. We must understand the darkness against which this spark was struck. In the late 8th century, literacy was not just rare, it was dying. The Latin of the Church, the universal language of law, administration, and salvation, had degraded into a debased, localized patois. Priests in rural parishes were mumbling prayers they didn't understand, often butchering the grammar so badly that Charlemagne feared God might not even listen. He once famously complained about receiving letters from monasteries that were correct in their sentiments, but uncouth in their expressions. He saw a terrifying link between bad grammar and bad theology. If the words are wrong, the ritual fails. If the ritual fails, the soul is damned. To Charlemagne, Education was not a luxury, it was spiritual survival. Alcuin accepts the challenge. He travels north to the wandering court and establishes the Schola Palatina, the palace school. This is not a building, it is a circle of people. It moves with the king. Alcuin gathers the brightest minds of the age: Paul, the deacon from Italy, Theodulf from Spain, Einhard from the German valleys. They form a kind of think tank in the mud of the Frankish countryside. The atmosphere is unexpectedly playful. They take on nicknames from antiquity to signal their revival of the Golden Age. Charlemagne is David, the warrior king who sings psalms. Alcuin is Flaccus, after Horace. Theodulf is Pindar. They engage in riddles, astronomical debates, and theological arguments that stretch late into the night, fueled by Frankish wine and the king's insatiable curiosity. Charlemagne is the most eager student of them all. He is a man obsessed with the why of things. He demands to know the movement of the stars, the calculations of the calendar, the logic of rhetoric. He sleeps with wax tablets under his pillow, waking in the middle of the night to practice tracing letters. His massive hands, hands that can behead a bull, struggling to master the delicate curves of the alphabet. Einhard tells us with touching honesty that he made little progress, having started too late in life. There is a profound pathos in this image. The most powerful man in the West, the master of armies, sitting like a schoolboy, defeated by the shape of an A. But while his hand faltered, his mind soared. He learned to speak Latin as fluently as his native Frankish, a Germanic dialect, and he even understood some Greek, though he preferred to listen to it rather than speak it. The curriculum Alcuin designs is the trivium, grammar, rhetoric, logic, and the quadrivium, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, music. It is the 7 liberal arts, a structure borrowed from Rome, but repurposed for Christ. The goal is not just knowledge, but wisdom. They are trying to build a Christian Athens. But Alcuin faces a practical problem. The books are scarce, the libraries are scattered and rotting, and the books that do exist are written in a chaotic jumble of scripts, Merovingian chancery hands that look like chicken scratches, unintelligible to anyone but the scribe who wrote them. If the empire is to be unified, it needs a standard voice. It needs a font. And so, the order goes out from the palace school to the scriptoria, the writing rooms of the monasteries. Correct the books. Fix the errors. Write clearly. It is a command that sets in motion the greatest copying effort in European history. Monks in freezing rooms, their fingers numb with cold, begin to scrape the old skins clean and prepare fresh parchment. They are not just copying Bibles. They are copying everything Alcuin can find. Cicero, Virgil, Ovid, Pliny. This is the Carolingian Renaissance. It is a rescue mission. The vast majority of classical Latin literature that survives today exists because a Carolingian scribe copied it during this period. If Charlemagne had not met Alcuin, the voices of Rome might have gone silent forever. But there is a tension here. The king wants this learning to filter down. He issues the Admonitio Generalis in 789, a capitulary that commands, "Let schools be established for teaching boys the psalms, notes, chants, the computation of the years, and grammar in every monastery and bishop's house." He wants universal education, or at least universal literacy for the clergy and the administration. It is a dream centuries ahead of its time. In reality, the reach is limited. The peasant in the field still cannot read, but the priest who baptizes his children can. The count who judges his disputes can read the king's law. The darkness is pushed back, not by a floodlight, but by thousands of candles lit one by one in the scriptoria of the empire. As the court travels, carrying its library in chests, Alcuin watches his royal pupil with a mix of pride and exhaustion. The king is demanding. He asks questions that have no answers. What is life? What is a dream? What is the silence of the eyes? Alcuin answers with riddles. Life is the joy of the happy, the sorrow of the sad, the expectation of death. They are building a world of the mind to match the world of the sword. The Iron King is becoming the philosopher king, and though he will never master the pen himself, he ensures that the ink will never run dry for the generations to come. The sword may build the borders, but the book is building the soul. The revolution of the mind that began in the palace school now faces a mundane, physical obstacle: the messiness of ink on parchment. In the late 8th century, Europe is a babel of handwriting. A letter written in a monastery in Corby looks nothing like a letter written in Verona. The scripts are cramped, ligature-heavy, and notoriously difficult to decipher. Some look more like decorative ivy than text. If a count in Bavaria cannot read an order from the king because the scribe used an obscure regional shorthand, the administration fails. If a priest misreads a sacramentary because the A looks like a U, the liturgy is corrupted. Charlemagne, with his obsession for uniformity, demands a solution. He needs a script that is lucid, balanced, and universal. The answer emerges from the scriptorium of Corby Abbey and later Tours, under the watchful eye of Alcuin and his successors. It is called Carolingian minuscule. To the modern eye, this script is startlingly familiar. In fact, if you are reading this text on a screen or a page today, you are looking at its direct descendant. Before this, writing was often either all capitals, majuscule, or difficult cursive. The Carolingian scribes engineer a breakthrough. They separate the letters. They introduce clear spaces between words, a novelty in an era of scriptio continua, where letters strun into Wachada like this. They standardize the shapes. They develop the lowercase alphabet we use today: the rounded A, the looped E, the tall B and D. It is a masterpiece of design, clean, airy, and rhythmic. It is created not for beauty, but for speed and legibility. It is the Times New Roman of the Middle Ages. The rollout of this script is a quiet industrial revolution. In the scriptoria, the writing workshops, the atmosphere is one of disciplined silence. A monastery library is a factory of God. The monks sit on hard wooden benches, their quills scratching against the vellum, calfskin, or parchment, sheepskin. The production of a single book is a slaughterhouse affair. A complete Bible might require the skins of 300 sheep. The materials are precious. The ink is made from oak galls and iron salts, turning a deep, permanent black. The work is physically punishing. A marginal note left by a weary scribe from this era reads, "The light is dim, and I am cold. My back aches." Another writes, "Thank God, it will soon be dark." Yet, under Charlemagne's directive, the output explodes. They copy the fathers of the church, Augustine, Jerome, Gregory, but they also copy the pagans. This is the paradox of the Carolingian mind. They are devout Christians, yet they preserve the erotic poetry of Ovid, the rhetorical speeches of Cicero, and the histories of Livy. Why? Because Alcuin teaches that to understand the Bible, one must understand grammar. and the best grammar is found in the classics. The pagan writers are Egyptian gold, treasures taken from the heathen to adorn the temple of God. So, the monks copy stories of Roman gods and gladiator fights, preserving the cultural DNA of antiquity in the very monasteries dedicated to renouncing the world. The standardization extends beyond the letters. Charlemagne's administration begins to rely on the written word to an unprecedented degree. The oral tradition of the Germanic tribes, where laws were memorized by law speakers, is replaced by the written capitulary. The king's will is now ink. It travels in saddlebags to the edges of the realm. This shift creates a new class of professional, the notary. These are laymen, not just monks, who can read and write the new script. They staff the royal chancery, churning out diplomas and judgments. The bureaucracy is being born. But the most beautiful legacy of this period is the Godescalc Evangelistary, commissioned by Charlemagne in 781. It is a book produced to celebrate the baptism of his son Pepin in Rome. The pages are dyed a rich imperial purple, and the text is written in gold and silver ink. It is a physical manifestation of the new ideology, the Word of God, wrapped in the colors of the Roman emperor. The art style blends the twisting knotwork patterns of the Germanic North, the insular style of Ireland and Britain, with the realism of Roman art. It is a fusion style for a fusion empire. The figures in the illuminations look Frankish. They have mustaches and wear Frankish tunics, but they stand in Roman poses. There is a charming story about the king's own relationship with these books. Though he struggles to write, he loves to be read to. He keeps books in the royal bathhouse. He listens to the chronicles of the past while soaking in the thermal waters of Aachen. He is surrounding himself with the voices of history, perhaps realizing that he is becoming one of them. He orders the old Frankish battle songs, the oral epics of his ancestors, to be written down, fearing they will be forgotten in this new age of Latin. Tragically, his pious son Louis would later burn this collection, considering it pagan trash, a loss that makes historians weep to this day. But the instinct of Charlemagne was correct. Write it down, or it vanishes. The Carolingian minuscule conquers Europe faster than the Frankish armies. It crosses borders. It is adopted in Italy, in Germany, in France. It becomes the visual language of the West. When the Italian humanists of the Renaissance, 600 years later, go searching for ancient texts, they find them in Carolingian manuscripts. They mistake the clear, beautiful Carolingian script for the handwriting of the ancient Romans themselves, and they adopt it, calling it Antiqua. This is the font that eventually makes its way into the printing press, and from there to the computer screen. Every time we write a lowercase g, we are using a tool sharpened by a monk in a freezing room in Tours, working under the orders of a king who just wanted his priests to read better. As the piles of finished books grow in the chests of the palace, a sense of permanence begins to settle over the wandering court. The king has built a library. He has built a school. He has given his people a common script. But a library needs a building. A school needs walls. The wandering years are drawing to a close. The king is getting older. The road is getting harder. He looks at the steam rising from the hot springs in a valley called Aachen, and he sees the final piece of the puzzle. He will stop moving. He will build a stone anchor for his paper empire. But before the masons can start, there is one last piece of bloody business to finish in the east. a campaign that will bring in the gold to pay for the stone. The Avars are waiting. To the east of the Frankish realm, beyond the familiar forests of Bavaria and the rushing waters of the Enns River, lay a land that felt less like Europe and more like the edge of the world. This was the Pannonian Basin, the flat, grassy sea that is modern-day Hungary. For centuries, it had been the parking lot of the steppes, the place where nomadic waves from Asia finally crashed and settled. In the late 8th century, it was the domain of the Avars. The Avars are a ghostly presence in history, often described as the successors to Attila's Huns. They were a warrior confederation of horse archers who had terrorized Central Europe for 200 years, extracting tribute from the Byzantine emperors and looting the monasteries of the West. But by Charlemagne's time, they had grown lethargic. They had stopped moving. They had become the dragons of the medieval world, immobile, dangerous, and sitting on a pile of gold that defied imagination. They lived in a mysterious fortified capital known simply as the Ring. The Ring was not a city in the Roman sense. It was a massive, circular system of concentric earthworks and hedges, miles in circumference, protecting the tents and timber halls of the Kagan. Inside these walls lay the accumulated plunder of centuries. It was a black hole of wealth, the gold paid by Constantinople to keep the barbarians at bay, the silver chalices stolen from raided churches, the jewelry stripped from captives. It all ended up here, hoarded in the dark, serving no economic purpose other than to stroke the vanity of the Avar chiefs. For Charlemagne, the Avars represented a dual temptation. Strategically, they were a threat to the church and the border. Economically, they were a bank vault waiting to be cracked. In 791, he decided to open it. The campaign against the Avars reveals Charlemagne at his logistical peak. He did not just send an army, he engineered an invasion. He mobilized forces from Italy, Bavaria, and Saxony, understanding that a march into the steppes was a war against hunger as much as against men. He utilized the Danube River as a supply highway. He built a fleet of supply barges to float alongside his marching columns, ensuring that his men and horses were fed deep in enemy territory. He even attempted a grand failed experiment, digging a canal, the Fossa Carolina, to connect the Rhine and Danube basins, trying to link the North Sea to the Black Sea. Though the mud and rain defeated the canal, the ambition is staggering. He was thinking like a Roman engineer. The war was a slow, grinding suffocation. The Avars, terrified by the disciplined Frankish machine, refused to give battle in the open. They retreated behind their earthworks, but the Avar state was rotting from the inside. Civil war broke out between their leaders, the Kagan and the Jugur. They were killing each other before the Franks could even draw their swords. The climax came not in 791, but in 795 and 796, led not by Charlemagne personally, who was busy dealing with Saxon revolts again, but by his son Pepin, King of Italy, and the Duke of Friuli, Eric. These commanders pierced the heart of the Avar realm. They reached the Ring. What they found inside stunned the contemporary world. The royal Frankish annals lose their usual dry detachment and gasp at the scale of the loot. The Franks broke into the treasury and found centuries of stagnant wealth. It was not just a few chests. It was an ocean of bullion. Einhard writes, "In this one war, the Franks became rich, whereas before they had been poor." This is a slight exaggeration. The Franks were land-rich, but the cash injection was seismic. 15 heavy wagons, each drawn by 4 oxen, were required to haul the gold, silver, and precious garments back to Charlemagne's court. Imagine the sight of that caravan lumbering west along the Danube road. The axles must have groaned under the weight of melted-down Roman statues, Byzantine coins, and barbarian diadems. When the treasure arrived, Charlemagne did not hoard it. He acted with the munificence of a Germanic ring-giver. He flooded the economy. He sent gifts to the Pope, to the bishops of England, to his loyal counts. He distributed the wealth so widely that it caused a localized inflation. The sudden influx of precious metal revitalized the Frankish currency system and paid for the massive building projects that were about to begin. The gold of the pagan nomads would pay for the stone of the Christian capital. But for the Avars, the outcome was total annihilation. This was not a conquest. It was an erasure. The Avar political structure collapsed completely. Those who did not die by the sword or flee into the Slavic wilderness were forcibly converted and absorbed. Within a generation, the Avar nation simply ceased to exist. There is a chilling Russian proverb from the Middle Ages that remembers this disappearance. They vanished like the Avars, meaning to disappear without a trace, leaving no heirs and no memory. It is a somber reminder that Charlemagne's empire was built not just on laws and prayers, but on the absolute destruction of those who stood in its way. The victory over the Avars was the zenith of Charlemagne's military expansion. He now ruled from the Pyrenees to the Danube. He was the undisputed master of the West, possessor of the greatest fortune in Europe. But the gold brought a change in the atmosphere of the court. The rough, leather-wearing warrior king of the early years was gone. In his place stood a monarch draped in the silk of the East, holding the gold of the ancient world. The wandering predator was sated. The Iron King now had the resources to become the Marble Emperor. He turns his eyes back to the heart of his territory, to a valley in the Ardennes that he has loved since childhood. The gold of the Avars has given him the means to stop moving. He summons the best architects, the best masons, the best artisans. He points to the hot springs of Aachen. "Build me a room here," he commands. And as the ox carts unload their glittering cargo, the foundations of the new capital begin to rise from the steam. While the wagons of Avar gold were rumbling west, bringing a golden age to the Frankish treasury, the northern horizon remained stubbornly grey with smoke. We must turn our eyes back to the bleeding wound of Charlemagne's reign, Saxony. By the mid-780s, the war here had mutated from a conquest into a weary, grinding obsession. It was the Vietnam of the 8th century, a conflict that seemed to have no defined end state, where victory was declared every summer and dissolved every winter. The destruction of the Irminsul and the mass baptisms had not broken the Saxon spirit. They had merely driven it underground, and the resistance had found a face. His name was Widukind. Widukind is one of history's great phantoms. We know almost nothing about him as a man. No birth date, no description of his face, no grave. He appears in the chronicles only as a force of nature, the wind that fans the flames. He was not a king. Saxony had no kings. He was a dux, a war leader, possibly of Westphalian nobility. While other Saxon chiefs took Frankish bribes and bent the knee, Widukind refused. When the Frankish armies came, he vanished into the mists of Denmark, seeking refuge with the Viking king Sigfred. When the Franks left, he returned, rallying the tribes, burning the churches, and killing the missionaries. He was the shadow Charlemagne could not box. The frustration in the Frankish camp was palpable. Charlemagne, the man who had conquered Lombardy in a year and crushed the Avars, could not pacify a collection of tribes living in huts. In 782, this frustration boiled over into atrocity after a Frankish army was ambushed and annihilated by Widukind's forces in the Suntal Mountains. Charlemagne marched to Verdun on the Aller River. He demanded the rebels be handed over. The Saxon chiefs, terrified of the Iron King's wrath, rounded up 4,500 men accused of complicity. In a single day, Charlemagne ordered them all beheaded. The massacre of Verdun is a stain that no amount of hagiography can scrub clean. It was an act of calculated terror, designed to break the will of the population through sheer shock. But terror often breeds defiance. The war raged on for 3 more years, a scorched earth campaign of winter marches and summer raids. Finally, in 785, the breaking point arrived. It was not a military defeat, but an exhaustion of the soul. The Saxon lands were starving, their villages burned, their social structure pulverized. Widukind, realizing that his people faced extinction, sent word that he was ready to talk. The meeting took place at Attigny, deep in Frankish territory. It is a scene of supreme cinematic contrast. Imagine Widukind, the rugged forest guerrilla, the pagan warlord, walking into the splendor of the Frankish royal court. He is surrounded by the silk-clad courtiers, the bishops in their finery, and the stone-faced guards who have spent years hunting him. He approaches Charlemagne. He does not draw a weapon. He bows, and then he steps into the baptismal font. This baptism is the psychological climax of the Saxon Wars. Charlemagne himself stands as Widukind's godfather. He places his hand on the rebel's dripping head, giving him gifts, giving him a new life as a Christian subject. It is a profound piece of political theater. The wolf has been tamed by the shepherd. Widukind vanishes from history after this moment. Legend says he became a pious monk or a loyal count, but the truth is, he simply retired from the stage, his war over. The head of the rebellion had been baptized, and Charlemagne believed the body would follow. But to ensure the body remained obedient, Charlemagne issued a legal document that remains one of the most draconian in European history, the Capitulatio de Partibus Saxonia, Ordinance Concerning Saxony. It is a blueprint for a totalitarian theocracy. It criminalized paganism with a blunt, horrifying simplicity. The death penalty was decreed not just for murder or treason, but for ideological crimes. If anyone enters a church by violence and steals something, let him be punished with death. If anyone, deceived by the devil, believes that a man or woman is a witch and eats them, let him be punished with death. If anyone violates the holy Lenten fast by eating meat out of contempt for Christianity, let him be punished with death. If anyone follows the pagan custom and burns the body of a dead man, let him be punished with death. It was a regime of terror. The message was clear: be a Christian or die. There was no middle ground. The Saxon lands were placed under a grid of terror management, where the priests acted as the enforcers of the state. Even Alcuin, Charlemagne's loyal teacher, was appalled. He wrote a brave letter to the king, gently suggesting that perhaps faith should be an act of will, not of necessity, and pointing out that demanding tithes, a 10% tax, from a newly conquered, starving people might be bad for public relations. "It is better to be a preacher than a predator," Alcuin warned. But Charlemagne, in his zeal, believed he was saving souls. If he had to kill the body to save the soul from hellfire, he considered it a fair trade. The peace of 785 was a sullen, resentful quiet. It lasted for 7 years, but the embers were still hot. In 792 and again in 798, rebellions flared up. The Saxons killed Frankish officials. They killed the converted Slavs allied to Charlemagne. The king, now aging, his beard turning white, lost his patience for good. He realized that laws and baptisms were not enough. He needed to change the demographic reality on the ground. He initiated a policy of mass deportation. It was ethnic engineering on a massive scale. The Royal Frankish Annals for the year 804 record the final solution. The emperor went to Saxony with an army and deported all the Saxons living beyond the Elbe and in Vimodia with their wives and children into Francia, and gave their lands to the Obodrites. We are talking about tens of thousands of people, entire clans, uprooted from their ancestral farms, loaded onto wagons, and scattered across the empire to be absorbed into the Frankish population. In their place, Charlemagne moved in loyal Frankish settlers and friendly Slavic tribes. It worked. By 804, after 33 years of bloodshed, Saxony was finally, permanently pacified. The Green Hell had been civilized. The sacred groves were gone, replaced by timber churches. The pagan songs were silenced, replaced by the Gregorian chant. The river Elbe was now the border of Christendom. It was a victory, but it was a victory bought at a moral price that stained the Carolingian conscience. Charlemagne had expanded the kingdom of God, but he had done it with fire and sword. Yet, as the smoke cleared over the northern forests, a strange calm settled over the empire. The great wars of expansion were over. The Lombards were Frankish, the Avars were gone, the Saxons were broken, the Saracens were behind the Pyrenees. For the first time in his life, Charlemagne was not looking at a map that needed to be redrawn. He was looking at a map that needed to be ruled. The warrior was tired. He wanted to go home. But he did not want to go back to a farm. He wanted a capital that reflected the glory he had won. He turned his horse south, away from the Elbe, back to the thermal springs of Aachen. He was done destroying. It was time to build something that would last. The masons were waiting. The dust of the Saxon roads washes off in the healing waters of Aachen. We are in the mid-790s, and a profound shift is occurring in the rhythm of the Frankish world. For 30 years, the government has been a creature of the saddle, a migrant predator moving from villa to villa. But Charlemagne is aging. The Iron King is now in his 50s, an old man by the standards of his century. His joints ache from decades of damp encampments and long rides in freezing rain. He yearns for permanence. He yearns for heat. And so he chooses a site in the heart of Austrasia, surrounded by deep forests for hunting, but defined by a geological miracle, the thermal springs. Aachen, or Aix-la-Chapelle, becomes the anchor of the later Carolingian age. It is not chosen for its strategic military value. It is not a fortress on a hill, but for the comfort of its waters. The hot, sulphurous springs that bubble up from the earth here have been known since Roman times, but Charlemagne transforms them into a spa for the state. He loves these waters with an almost boyish enthusiasm. Einhard tells us he was an extraordinary swimmer who could outpace anyone in his court. He builds a massive swimming pool lined with stone steps, large enough for 100 men to bathe at once. Imagine the scene: the Emperor of the West, floating in the steaming water, surrounded by his dukes, his sons, and his bodyguards, conducting the business of the empire while naked in the mist. It is a humid, communal center of power, where the hierarchy of the court is stripped down to the skin. But Aachen is designed to be more than a bathhouse. It is a manifesto in stone. Charlemagne commands his architect, Odo of Metz, a man whose name deserves to be remembered alongside the great builders of history, to construct a new Rome in the forests of the north. The ambition is staggering. They are not building a castle. They are building a holy city, a second Jerusalem. The complex is laid out on a grid, connecting the hall of the king, the secular power, to the chapel, the spiritual power, with a long two-story wooden gallery. It is a physical representation of the Carolingian ideology. The king leads the people to God. The crown jewel of this complex is the Palatine Chapel. It still stands today, the miraculously preserved core of Aachen Cathedral. Step inside. The air changes instantly. You leave the Germanic forest and enter the Byzantine East. Odo of Metz modeled this building on the Basilica of San Vitale in Ravenna, which Charlemagne had seen and marveled at during his Italian campaigns. It is an octagon, 8 sides for the 8 days of creation and resurrection, the symbol of eternity. It is a space of mathematical perfection, soaring upward to a dome covered in glittering mosaics depicting Christ enthroned. But look at the columns. They are not made of local sandstone. They are porphyry and marble, deep reds and swirling greens, polished to a glass-like shine. These stones have traveled. Charlemagne, in a move of audacious cultural appropriation, wrote to the Pope asking for permission to strip the marbles from the decaying palaces of Ravenna and Rome. He had them hauled over the Alps, a logistical nightmare involving ox carts, barges, and thousands of men, to be re-erected in Aachen. This is spolia, the reuse of ancient elements. It is not just recycling, it is a transfer of power. By using the actual stones of the Roman Empire, Charlemagne is claiming that the empire itself has moved north. He is literally building his house out of the bones of the Caesars. The atmosphere inside the chapel during a mass would have been overwhelming. In the 8th century, Northern Europe was a world of wood and mud, of dark, smoky halls. To walk into the Palatine Chapel, lit by hundreds of beeswax candles, reflecting off the gold mosaics and the polished Roman columns, must have felt like walking into heaven itself. The air would be thick with frankincense, the sound of the new Gregorian chant reverberating off the hard stone surfaces, creating a wall of sound that enveloped the listener. And there, on the 2nd floor, in the gallery known as the Hochmünster, sits the throne. The throne of Charlemagne is shocking in its simplicity. It is not made of gold. It is not encrusted with jewels. It is a plain, severe seat made of 4 slabs of white marble, held together with bronze clamps. It sits on a raised dais, approached by 6 stone steps, the same number of steps that led to the throne of Solomon in the Bible. The marble itself is believed to be spolia from the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, linking Charlemagne directly to Christ. But the placement is the key. The throne is positioned so that the emperor sits above the main altar, where the priest performs the Eucharist, but below the mosaic of Christ in the dome. He is the suspended link, the mediator between heaven and earth. When he sits there, Looking down into the nave, he is not just a ruler, he is the vicarious Christi, the deputy of Christ. The acoustics of the chapel are designed so that the king can speak from this gallery and be heard clearly by the court below, while remaining invisible if he chooses to step back into the shadows. It is an architecture of surveillance and theatricality. From this stone seat, Charlemagne presides over the golden autumn of his reign. The frantic movement of the early years slows down. The administration settles in. The archives are stored here. The treasury is kept here. For the first time, the Franks have a capital. Around the palace, a city grows. The nobility build their own houses near the thermal complex. The palace school finally has a permanent classroom. Alcuin, now retired to the monastery of Tours, is replaced by younger scholars like Einhard, who scurry through the corridors carrying scrolls and wax tablets. The new Rome is busy, noisy, and cosmopolitan. Envoys arrive from everywhere, from the petty kings of Ireland, from the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who sends the keys to the Holy Sepulchre as a symbolic gift, and even, most exotically, from the Caliph of Baghdad, Harun al-Rashid. The diplomatic exchange with Baghdad is one of the most delightful episodes of the Aachen years. In 802, a Jewish merchant named Isaac, whom Charlemagne had sent as an envoy to the Caliph, returns to Aachen after a perilous 4-year journey. He brings gifts from the Arabian Nights, silken tents, water clocks that mark the hour with dropping brass balls and perfumes. But the sensation of the century is the animal he brings with him. Walking through the snowy streets of Aachen, shivering in the German winter, is an elephant. His name is Abul Abbas. He is a white Asian elephant, a gift from the Caliph to the emperor. The Frankish chronicles are enchanted by him. For 8 years, Abul Abbas lives in a special pen in the Rhineland, a living monster from the edge of the world, paraded on special occasions. He dies in 810, essentially of pneumonia, after being taken on a campaign against the Danes, but his presence in Aachen is proof that Charlemagne's fame has reached the Tigris. Yet, amidst the elephants, the steam baths, and the golden mosaics, a quiet tension is building. The building is finished, but the title is not. Charlemagne is still technically a king, Rex, but he is living in a city that looks like Rome, sitting on a throne that mimics Solomon's, and ruling an empire that covers the West. There is a discrepancy between his reality and his rank. The intellectuals in his court, the men like Alcuin and Theodulf, begin to whisper a dangerous idea. They look at the woman ruling in Constantinople, Empress Irene, who blinded her own son to take power, and they say, "There is no emperor in the East. The throne is vacant." They look at Charlemagne, the defender of the faith, the master of Europe, and they ask, "If you do the job of an emperor, why do you not wear the name?" The stage is set in stone. The chapel is waiting. The throne is empty. All that is needed is a crisis to force the issue. And as the century turns toward the year 800, that crisis arrives not from the frontier, but from the very heart of the old world. A battered, bleeding man is about to knock on the gates of the new Rome, bringing with him the keys to the ultimate prize. The stone columns of Aachen were imported from Ravenna, but the life lived inside them was unmistakably, stubbornly Frankish. Before the storm of the imperial coronation breaks, we must pause in this golden hour of the late 790s to look at the man himself. Not the conqueror on the horse, nor the statue on the throne, but the father, the eater, the swimmer, the human being who occupied the center of the world. Thanks to Einhard, his admiring but honest biographer, we have one of the most vivid portraits of a medieval ruler ever written. We can almost smell the roast meat and hear the splash of the water in the royal baths. Charlemagne was a physical anomaly. In an age where malnutrition stunted growth and men averaged perhaps 5 feet 5 inches, he was a giant. Examination of his skeleton in 1861 confirmed what the legends claimed. He stood roughly 6 feet 3 inches tall. He towered over his court. He had a round head, large and lively eyes, and a nose that Einhard politely describes as somewhat above the standard size. Later in life, he developed a pot-belly and a thick, short neck, but his presence was always commanding. Yet there was a disarming contradiction in this titan: his voice. Einhard notes it was clear, but not so strong as his frame would have led one to expect. It was a high, perhaps slightly reedy voice, emerging from the chest of a bear. He was not a man who enjoyed the trappings of pomp in his daily life. While the Byzantine emperors drowned in silk and pearls, barely able to move under the weight of their own majesty, Charlemagne dressed like a common Frankish landowner. He wore a linen shirt and linen breeches, essentially underwear and trousers, a silk-fringed tunic, and hose wrapped around his legs. In winter, he wore a vest made of otter or ermine skins to keep his chest warm, and a simple blue cloak. He hated foreign clothes. He only dressed in the Roman style: the long tunic, the chlamys, the Roman shoes, twice in his life, and only because the Pope begged him to. He was a man comfortable in his own skin, who didn't need gold thread to prove he was the king. He always carried a sword, usually one with a jeweled hilt, but he used it to cut his meat as often as he used it to threaten diplomats. His day began early. He was a light sleeper, often waking 4 or 5 times in the night. In the morning, while he was dressing and putting on his shoes, he would invite his friends and even the Count of the Palace into his bedroom. If there was a difficult legal case that needed solving, he would have the litigants brought right into the royal bedchamber. He would judge the dispute while fastening his cloak, acting as the supreme court of the realm before he had even had breakfast. It was a style of government that was aggressively accessible, stripping away the mystery of the sovereign to get straight to the business of ruling. The center of the day was the midday meal. This was not a debauched banquet. Charlemagne detested drunkenness. He allowed himself only 3 cups of wine at a meal and punished anyone who showed up intoxicated. But he loved food. Specifically, he loved roast meat. Later in his life, his doctors, influenced by Greek medical texts, advised him to stop eating roasted meats and switch to boiled stews, believing them to be healthier for an aging digestion. Charlemagne listened politely, then ignored them completely, continuing to eat his beloved roasts until the end. He did not hire jesters or acrobats to entertain him while he chewed. Instead, he had a lector read to him. He loved history, specifically the deeds of the ancients, and theology. His favorite book was St. Augustine's The City of God. One can imagine the Iron King tearing into a haunch of venison while listening to the dense, philosophical arguments about the fall of Rome and the eternal kingdom of heaven. It was a collision of the visceral and the cerebral that defined his character. But the true heart of the palace was not the library or the dining hall. It was the pool. The thermal complex at Aachen was the social hub of the empire. Charlemagne was an aquatic extrovert. He did not swim alone. He invited his sons, his nobles, and even his bodyguards into the water. Einhard writes that sometimes there would be 100 or more persons swimming about. Imagine the scene, the steam rising into the cold German air, the naked bodies of the most powerful men in Europe splashing in the hot water, the laughter, the informal lobbying. It was in the pool that the real work of the court was done, where a count could whisper a request to the king, or a bishop could smooth over a theological dispute. It was a liquid court, democratic in its nudity, dominated by the sheer physical vitality of the king who could outswim them all. And then there were the crowned doves, his daughters. Charlemagne's relationship with his daughters, Gertrude, Bertha, Gisela, and the others, is a tangle of deep affection and selfish control. He loved them with a possessiveness that bordered on the pathological. He refused to let them marry. He could not bear the thought of them leaving his side, nor could he stomach the idea of having sons-in-law who might become political rivals. So, he kept them in the gilded cage of the court. They were beautiful, educated, and draped in the finest fashions. And inevitably, they found lovers. The court whispered about their affairs. Several of them bore illegitimate children. Charlemagne, usually so strict about church morality, remember the death penalty for breaking the Lenten fast in Saxony, turned a blind eye to the scandals of his daughters. He loved them too much to punish them, and perhaps he preferred them to have lovers they could discard rather than husbands who would demand land. He carried them with him on his travels, a flock of brilliant, frustrated women riding in the royal train, trapped by their father's adoration. When the day was done and the palace quieted down, we find the most poignant image of all. The king retires to his chamber. He places a wax tablet and a stylus under his pillow. In the quiet hours of his insomnia, when the weight of the empire finally lifts for a moment, he reaches for them. He tries to write. He traces the shapes of the letters, A, B, C, trying to train his callous, sword-hardened hand to mimic the elegant, minuscule script his monks have perfected. He succeeds in signing his name, a monogram he likely memorized, but true fluency eludes him. Einhard calls this effort preposterous and too late begun. It is a heartbreaking scene of vulnerability. The man who conquered the Lombards, who debated theology with Alcuin, who redrew the map of Europe, lies in the dark, feeling small and clumsy before the mystery of the written word. He is the master of the world, yet he remains a student, scratching at the wax, trying to bridge the gap between his power and his mind. This domestic idyll, the swimming, the roast meat, the daughters, the writing practice, creates a false sense of permanence. It feels as though the new Rome has reached a steady state, a summer that will last forever. But the peace of Aachen is a bubble. While Charlemagne practices his letters, the world outside is sharpening its knives. The Roman identity he is building in stone is about to demand a blood price. Far to the south, in the real Rome, the streets are becoming dangerous. The Pope, Leo III, is not a beloved figure like his predecessor Adrian. He is accused of corruption, of perjury, of sins of the flesh. His enemies are waiting in the shadows of the porticos, clutching daggers. The golden hour of the palace is ticking away. The king will soon have to put down his stylus and pick up his sword again, for a cry of distress is about to shatter the calm of the baths, summoning him to a Christmas appointment that will change the history of the world. While Charlemagne practiced his alphabet in the safety of Aachen, The streets of Rome were seething with a violence that no amount of prayer could suppress. To understand the catastrophe of 789, we must understand that the Rome of the 8th century was not a holy city of peace. It was a gangland. The papacy was not just a spiritual office, it was the ultimate political prize for the feuding aristocratic families of the city. When Pope Adrian I died in 795, the factions expected one of their own to succeed him. Instead, the conclave elected Leo III. Leo was a problem. He was an outsider, a new man of humble origins who had risen through the bureaucracy of the Lateran palace. To the old Roman nobility, he was a vulgar upstart. To his enemies, he was a tyrant and a moral failure. Whispers began to circulate through the dark alleys of the city. Rumors of adultery, of perjury, of secret vices. The atmosphere in the city turned toxic. The aristocracy, led by the nephew of the late Pope Adrian, a primus serius named Paschalis, and a treasurer named Campulus, decided that Leo had to go. They did not plan a vote of no confidence. They planned a butchery. The trap was sprung on April 25th, 799, during the procession of the Greater Litanies. This was usually a solemn public event, with the Pope riding through the streets, followed by the faithful chanting prayers. As Leo's horse passed the monastery of San Silvestro in Capite, the chanting was drowned out by the shout of armed men. The conspirators, Paschalis and Campulus, led a mob that surged out of the shadows. They pulled the Pope from his horse. This was not an assassination attempt. It was a mutilation. In the brutal logic of Byzantine politics, a man who was blind or mute could not serve as a priest, and therefore could not be Pope. The attackers pinned Leo to the cobblestones. They attempted to gouge out his eyes and cut out his tongue. The descriptions of the attack are gruesome. The Liber Pontificalis claims they slashed at his eyes and tore at his tongue, leaving him for dead in a pool of blood. They dragged his unconscious body into the chapel of the monastery, then later moved him to the monastery of St. Erasmus, keeping him under house arrest. The coup seemed complete. The tyrant was deposed, ruined, and locked away. But then, the story takes a turn that is part miracle, part medical mystery, and part thriller. Leo recovered. His friends and supporters, led by the Frankish Duke of Spoleto, Winigis, launched a daring raid on the monastery. They rappelled down the walls, or perhaps bribed the guards, and rescued the Pope. When Leo arrived in the safety of Spoleto, he claimed a miracle. By the grace of St. Peter, his eyes and tongue had been restored. He could see. He could speak. Skeptical historians suggest a more earthly explanation. The would-be mutilators, perhaps squeamish or hurried in the chaos of the street, had botched the job. They had cut the eyelids and slashed the mouth, but left the eyeballs and the tongue effectively intact. But to the medieval mind, the survival of his faculties was a divine verdict. God had healed him. Therefore, God wanted him to be Pope. Leo knew he was not safe in Italy. He needed the only man in the world powerful enough to reinstall him, the patrician of the Romans. He crossed the Alps, a battered fugitive, seeking the king. Charlemagne was in Paderborn, in the heart of the newly pacified Saxony, when the news arrived. He was preparing for a summer campaign, surrounded by his army. The arrival of the Pope in the rough military camp was a sensation. A contemporary epic poem, Carolus Magnus et Leo Papa, describes the scene in vivid, propagandistic detail. It paints Charlemagne as a calm, radiant protector, and Leo as a weeping victim. The king embraced the pontiff, wept over his scars, and promised justice. But the reunion was not as simple as the poem suggests. Close behind, Leo came the envoys of his enemies, the conspirators from Rome. They brought no weapons, but they brought documents. They formally accused Leo of adultery and perjury. They demanded he be put on trial. Charlemagne found himself in a profound constitutional crisis. The question was terrifyingly simple. Who can judge the Pope? According to canon law, the Apostolic See can be judged by no one, prima sedis a nemine judicatur. The Pope is the vicar of Christ. Only God can audit his accounts. But if the Pope is accused of crimes that make him unfit to rule, and the city of Rome is in flames, someone has to act. Charlemagne turned to his intellectual engine, Alcuin. Alcuin, writing from his abbey in Tours, sent a letter that clarified the stakes. He identified three supreme powers in the world: the Pope, vicar of St. Peter, the Byzantine emperor, the secular ruler in Constantinople, and the king of the Franks. But Alcuin noted, the Pope was beaten and accused. The emperor in Constantinople was a woman, Irene, which to Alcuin meant the throne was effectively vacant or held by a usurper. That left only one power standing, Charlemagne. Upon you alone, Alcuin wrote, depends the whole salvation of the churches of Christ. It was a mandate to become the supreme arbiter of the world. Charlemagne made his decision. He would not just send an army, he would go himself. He would convene a council in Rome, hear the accusations, and settle the matter once and for all. He sent Leo back to Rome with a heavy Frankish escort to prepare the way. The conspirators, realizing the Iron King was coming to judge them, panicked. The game was up. In the autumn of 800, Charlemagne began the long march south. He stopped at Ravenna to gather the relics of the empire, then moved down the spine of Italy. On November 24th, 800, he arrived at the gates of Rome. This time, the reception was not just a welcome, it was a submission. Pope Leo rode out to meet him at Mentana, 12 miles from the city, and they entered Rome together. The message was clear. The Pope was back, but he was back because the king held his hand. On December 1st, Charlemagne opened the great assembly in St. Peter's. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The conspirators were brought forward, but their case collapsed. Without the physical power to back up their accusations and facing the glare of the Frankish army, no one dared to produce the evidence of Leo's crimes. However, the problem of canon law remained. Charlemagne could not try the Pope like a common criminal. A solution was engineered, a piece of political theater designed to satisfy both the law and the reality. On December 23rd, in a packed basilica, Pope Leo III stood before the king, the bishops, and the Roman people. He laid his hand on the Gospels. In a loud voice, he swore an oath of purgation. He declared, before God, that he was innocent of the charges of adultery and perjury. He did not confess. He did not submit to a verdict. He simply cleared himself by his own word. It was a legal loophole, but it worked. The Franks cheered. The Romans, knowing where the power lay, cheered too. Leo was restored. The conspirators were condemned to death, later commuted to exile by Charlemagne's mercy. The crisis was over, or so it seemed. It was December 23rd. Christmas was 2 days away. Charlemagne, the savior of the Pope, the judge of the Romans, the master of the West, prepared to celebrate the Nativity. He likely thought his work was done. He had restored order. He had saved the church. He expected a mass, a feast, and perhaps a winter of diplomacy. But Leo III, the man who had nearly lost his eyes and tongue, saw things differently. He owed Charlemagne a debt that could not be paid in gold. He needed to bind this Frankish giant to Rome forever, to ensure that no mob would ever dare touch a pope again. He had a crown hidden in the sacristy and a plan that would turn a king into an emperor. The stage was set for the morning of the 25th. We have returned to the moment where our story began. But now we stand in the shadows of the nave with the dust of 30 years of history on our boots. We understand now that the man kneeling at the Confessio of St. Peter is not just a Frankish warlord. He is the survivor of Roncesvalles, the destroyer of the Irminsul, the swimmer of Aachen, and the scholar who traces letters in the dark. It is Christmas morning, December 25th, 800. The Mass has begun. Charlemagne is dressed in the Roman tunic and chlamys, a sartorial concession he likely finds drafty compared to his otterskin vest. But the symbolism is paramount. He is visually stepping into the role of a patrician. He rises from prayer. As he stands, Pope Leo III steps forward. The movement is fluid, practiced, and swift. He lifts a jeweled crown, not the simple iron circlet of Lombardy, but a diadem of imperial splendor, and places it upon Charlemagne's head. The timing is impeccable. Before the king can speak, before he can adjust the weight on his brow, the congregation erupts. These are not random cheers. They are a liturgical formula, a scripted acclamation that has not been heard in the West for 3 centuries. To Charles, the most pious Augustus, crowned by God, the great and peace-giving emperor, life and victory. 3 times the shout rolls through the basilica, shaking the dust from the rafters. Then, in a final act of submission that seals the ritual, the Pope himself prostrates himself before Charlemagne, performing the proskinesis, the act of adoration reserved for the ancient Caesars. It is done. The world has changed. But as the echoes fade and the incense clears, we are left with the great historical riddle that has puzzled scholars for 1200 years. Charlemagne's reaction is not one of triumphant joy. Einhard, his loyal biographer, records a stunning admission. He made it clear that he would not have entered the cathedral that day at all, although it was the greatest of all the festivals of the Church, if he had known in advance what the Pope was planning to do. Is this true? Was the most powerful man in Europe, a man who controlled the Church with an iron fist, truly ambushed by a priest he had just saved from a mob? It seems unlikely. A coronation requires preparation. The crown had to be made, the acclamations rehearsed, the protocol agreed upon. It is hard to believe Charlemagne was an accidental tourist in his own apotheosis. Historians largely agree that the surprise was likely a diplomatic fiction, a piece of political theater designed to protect Charlemagne from the charge of hubris. By claiming he was unwilling, he could tell the outraged Byzantine emperors in Constantinople, "I didn't ask for this. The Pope forced it upon me." It was a way to accept the power while dodging the blame. However, there is a deeper layer to his displeasure. Charlemagne may have agreed to be emperor, but he almost certainly hated how it happened. By placing the crown on his head, Leo III had created a dangerous visual precedent. The Pope gives the crown, and therefore the Pope is the maker of emperors. It was a subtle, brilliant power play by the man with the scar on his eye. Charlemagne wanted the title, but he likely wanted to take it with his own hands, or have it acclaimed by his Franks, not bestowed as a gift from St. Peter. In that moment of crowning, the long, torturous struggle between church and state, the struggle that would tear Europe apart in the centuries to come, was born. But regardless of his mood, Charlemagne walks out of the basilica as Imperator and Augustus. He is no longer just the king of the Franks and Lombards. He is the heir to Rome. This is the concept of translatio imperii, the transfer of the empire. The logic was that the throne in Constantinople was illegitimate because it was held by a woman, Empress Irene. Therefore, the empire had not died. It had simply moved its address to Aachen. The title changes everything. It gives Charlemagne a spiritual authority that transcends borders. He is now the guardian of all Christians, everywhere. He begins to issue laws that are even more ambitious and moralizing. He demands a new oath of loyalty from every subject in his realm, not just to the king, but to the emperor, an oath that specifically includes a promise to be a good Christian. He is trying to legislate righteousness. His coinage changes, his seal changes, now bearing the legend Renovatio Romani Imperii, the renewal of the Roman Empire. Yet, despite the grandeur, Charlemagne does not linger in Rome. The city is still a snake pit of politics, and the summer heat brings malaria. In the spring of 801, he packs up his new title and his army and heads north. He leaves the Pope to manage the city under the watchful eye of Frankish agents and returns to the cool forests of the Rhineland. He never visits Rome again. The Roman emperor spends the rest of his reign in Germany, ruling from the saddle and the bathhouse. But the coronation has sent a shockwave across the Mediterranean. In the marble halls of Constantinople, the news is received with icy fury. The Byzantines, who call themselves Romaioi, Romans, view Charlemagne as a barbarian usurper, a Frankish upstart dressed in stolen clothes. To them, there is only one empire, and it does not speak German. The coronation of 800 is not seen as a restoration. It is seen as a rebellion. The relationship between East and West, already strained by theology, snaps. Charlemagne has provoked a superpower. The Cold War of the 9th century is about to heat up, and the Adriatic Sea will become the front line. The emperor has his crown, but now he must defend it against the only other people on earth who claim to own it. The news of the coronation in St. Peter's traveled slowly, but struck with the force of an earthquake when it finally reached the Golden Horn. In Constantinople, the new Rome, founded by Constantine himself, the idea that a Frankish warlord, a man whose ancestors were painting themselves blue in the mud while the Greeks were reading Plato, had been crowned Emperor of the Romans, was not just an insult. It was a cosmic absurdity. It was as if someone in the 21st century declared themselves President of the United States because a local mayor put a hat on them. To the Byzantines, there was only one empire, one Basileus, and one god. The world could not have two heads. Sitting on the throne in the east was Empress Irene. She is one of the most terrifying figures in Byzantine history, a woman of such ferocious ambition that she had organized the blinding of her own son, Constantine VI, in the purple chamber where he was born to ensure her sole rule. She styled herself not as Empress Basilissa, but as Emperor Basileus, using the male title to assert her legitimacy. But to the Pope and the men of the West, a female emperor was a contradiction in terms, a legal impossibility. Her gender was the very loophole Charlemagne had exploited. Charlemagne, ever the pragmatist, knew that his new title was hollow, without recognition from the East. He did not want war. He wanted validation. And so, in 802, he launched one of the most audacious diplomatic gambits of the Middle Ages. He proposed marriage. The chronicler Theophanes the Confessor reports that Charlemagne sent envoys to Constantinople to ask for Irene's hand. Imagine the union. The Emperor of the West and the Empress of the East joining their realms to recreate the entirety of the ancient Roman Empire, stretching from the Atlantic to the Black Sea. It would have changed human history. The map of Europe would have been unrecognizable. Surprisingly, Irene, isolated, unpopular, and surrounded by enemies in her own court, seems to have considered it. She saw the Frankish giant as a potential protector against her domestic rivals. But the mere rumor of a Frankish marriage terrified the Byzantine bureaucracy. The idea of the barbarians taking over the civilized East was too much. Before the envoys could finalize anything, a palace coup struck. On October 31st, 802, Irene was deposed by her finance minister, Nicephorus. She was exiled to the island of Lesbos, where she died in poverty, spinning wool to survive. The marriage of the millennium was off. The new emperor, Nicephorus the Fern, had no interest in weddings. He was a hard-nosed administrator who viewed Charlemagne as a usurper. He refused to recognize the title. He slammed the door shut. The Cold War turned hot. The conflict did not take place on the plains of Europe, but in the treacherous waters of the Adriatic Sea, specifically over the control of a rising, muddy lagoon settlement known as Venice. Venice in the early 9th century was not yet the city of marble palaces and gondolas. It was a collection of wooden huts on marshy islands, balancing precariously between Frankish and Byzantine influence. It was the flashpoint when the Venetian Doge Obelerio switched sides and pledged loyalty to Charlemagne in 805. Nicephorus retaliated. He sent the Byzantine fleet, the most advanced navy in the world, armed with the terrifying Greek fire, to blockade the Adriatic. Charlemagne responded by sending his son, Pepin, the king of Italy, to besiege the lagoon. The war for Venice dragged on for years, a murky conflict of naval skirmishes and sieges. Pepin managed to capture the outer islands, forcing the Venetians to move their capital to the more protected island of Rialto, the heart of modern Venice, inadvertently creating the city we know today. But the Franks were land animals. They could not beat the Greeks at sea. The stalemate was bloody and expensive. Pepin died in 810, possibly from a disease contracted in the stagnant swamps of the lagoon, adding a personal tragedy to the political failure. By 811, however, the landscape changed again. Emperor Nicephorus Hunt was killed in battle against the Bulgars. His skull famously turned into a silver-lined drinking cup by the Bulgar Khan Krum. His successor, Michael the Fur Rangabe, was desperate. He was surrounded by Bulgars to the north and internal dissent at home. He needed allies. He needed peace with the West. In 812, Byzantine envoys arrived in Aachen. The atmosphere was very different from the tense standoffs of the past decade. Charlemagne, now an old man of 70, received them in the Palatine Chapel. He was tired of the conflict. He wanted his title recognized before he died. The Treaty of Aachen was a masterpiece of diplomatic hair-splitting. The Byzantine envoys, speaking Greek, acclaimed Charlemagne. They chanted the magic word, Basileus, Emperor. It was a victory. Constantinople had blinked. They officially recognized that Charlemagne was an emperor. But, and here is the subtle Greek revenge, they did not call him Emperor of the Romans, Basilius ton Romaion. They reserved that specific sacred title for themselves. They essentially admitted Charlemagne was an emperor, perhaps Emperor of the Franks, but they were still the Roman emperors. Charlemagne accepted the compromise. He was wise enough to know that the word Roman was less important than the peace it bought. In his own documents, he began to use the clumsy but legally safe title, Emperor, governing the Roman Empire. It was a distinction without a difference to his subjects, but it saved face for the Greeks. The crisis was resolved. The two halves of the Christian world agreed to disagree, establishing a precedent of two emperors that would last until the fall of Constantinople in 1453. With the foreign wars finally settled, the peace of 812 should have been the crowning joy of Charlemagne's twilight years. He had achieved everything: the land, the gold, the conversion of the heathen, and now, the recognition of the world. He was the undisputed patriarch of Europe, but history rarely allows for a happy ending. Just as the external threats vanished, the internal lights began to flicker out. The Iron King was about to face the one enemy he could not defeat with a sword or a treaty: the mortality of his own children. The silence of the palace was about to be broken not by the cheers of envoys, but by the weeping of a father. By the year 806, Charlemagne was a man who believed he had tamed the future just as he had tamed the Saxons. He was 64 years old, an immense age for an era when a man of 40 was considered an elder, and his mind turned to the inevitable question of inheritance. In the Frankish tradition, the kingdom was not a monolithic state to be passed to a single heir. It was a patrimony, a family asset to be shared. And so, Charlemagne gathered his nobles at Thionville to witness the signing of the Divisio Regnorum, the division of the realms. It was a document of supreme optimism. He had 3 legitimate sons by his beloved wife Hildegard, who had died long ago in 783. They were grown men now, hardened by war and administration. There was Charles the Younger, the eldest, a man cut from his father's cloth, tough, martial, and destined to rule the Frankish heartland. There was Pepin, the king of Italy, energetic and ambitious, guarding the southern flank. And there was Louis, the youngest, the king of Aquitaine, a man of a different temperament, pious, serious, perhaps more comfortable in a cloister than a war council. The plan was elegant. The empire would be trisected. The brothers would rule as a fraternity of kings, supporting each other, expanding the borders in 3 directions. It was a structure designed to last for generations. But history is cruel to the plans of aging kings. The Divisio assumed that the sons would outlive the father. It did not account for the fragility of life in a world without antibiotics, where a fever or a bad fall could fell a prince as easily as a peasant. The tragedy began in the summer of 810. Pepin, the king of Italy, had just returned from the grueling mosquito-infested campaign in the Venetian lagoons. He was exhausted. A fever took hold of him, perhaps malaria, perhaps dysentery, and did not let go. On July 8, 810, Pepin died in Milan. He was barely 33. The news traveled over the Alps to Aachen, carrying with it a shock of disbelief. Charlemagne had lost his southern anchor. He wept for his son, but he was a man of action. He immediately arranged for Pepin's young son, Bernard, to succeed his father as a sub-king in Italy. The structure was damaged, but it could be repaired. Charles the Younger and Louis were still strong, but the wheel of fortune had not stopped turning. The winter of 811 was harsh. Charles the Younger, the heir apparent, the man Charlemagne looked at and saw his own reflection, the future of the dynasty, suffered a stroke, or perhaps a sudden seizure. On December 4th, 811, he too died. The silence that fell over the palace at Aachen must have been deafening. In the span of 18 months, the Iron King had lost 2 of his 3 successors. Einhard, usually so eager to paint Charlemagne as a stoic Roman hero, admits that the emperor bore these deaths with less patience than might have been expected from a man of his wisdom. The mask of the emperor cracked, revealing the grief of the father. He withdrew. He prayed. He likely looked at his hands, hands that had strangled serpents and broken empires, and realized they were powerless to stop the rotting of his own family tree. The omens, according to the chroniclers, began to pile up. The medieval mind saw the death of kings written in the sky, and the royal Frankish annals for these years are filled with portents. There were eclipses of the sun and moon, or wooden bridge over the Rhine at Mainz, which Charlemagne had spent 10 years building, a masterpiece of engineering intended to last forever, caught fire by accident and burned to the waterline in 3 hours. Charlemagne himself, while riding on a campaign, saw a meteor flash across the sky. His horse shied, throwing the 70-year-old emperor violently to the ground. He was helped up, bruised and shaken, the invincible rider unhorsed by the heavens. To the superstitious court, the message was clear. God was dismantling the Carolingian house. Now, only one son remained, Louis. Louis, known to history as the Pious, was the king of Aquitaine. He was 33 years old, and he was an enigma to the old guard of the Frankish court. He was not a weak man, he was a capable general who had led armies into Spain, but he lacked the terrifying vitality of his father. He was deeply, intensely religious. He surrounded himself with monks, not warriors. He hated the loose morals of Charlemagne's court, the singing, the concubines, the scandals of his sisters. He was a reformer who wanted to turn the empire into a monastery. Charlemagne must have looked at Louis with a mixture of love and apprehension. This was not the heir he had groomed for the supreme command. Charles the Younger had been the hammer reborn. Louis was the prayer. But there was no other choice. The survival of the dynasty hung by a single thread. The grand fraternity of kings, envisioned in 806, was dust. There would be no division of the empire, because there was no one left to divide it with. By default, the empire would remain united, but it would be placed in the hands of a man who cared more for the purity of the soul than the power of the sword. In the late summer of 813, Charlemagne made the inevitable decision. He summoned Louis from Aquitaine to Aachen. The journey must have been a strange one for Louis, riding north to meet the father who overshadowed the world, knowing that he was riding toward the throne only because his brothers were in their graves. When Louis arrived, Charlemagne did not stage a coronation like the one in Rome. He had learned his lesson from Pope Leo III. He was determined that the imperial title would not be a gift from the church. It was a Frankish possession, earned by Frankish blood. On a Sunday in September 813, the old emperor and his only surviving son walked into the Palatine Chapel. The court watched in silence. Charlemagne was now frail, walking with a limp, perhaps suffering from gout or arthritis. He led Louis to the high altar. On it lay the imperial crown. Charlemagne turned to his son. He spoke to him in the hearing of the multitude, instructing him on the duties of a ruler: to love God, to protect the church, to be kind to the poor, to appoint honest judges. Then he gave a command that broke with centuries of tradition. He did not ask a bishop to crown Louis. He did not ask the Pope. He ordered Louis to pick up the crown with his own hands and place it on his own head. It was a breathtaking act of political theology. By having Louis crown himself, Charlemagne was stating that the power came from God and the dynasty, not from the mediation of Rome. It was an assertion of independence that would echo through the investiture controversies of the next 500 years. Louis obeyed. He lifted the heavy jeweled circle and lowered it onto his brow. He was now Imperator and Augustus, co-emperor with his father. The ceremony concluded. Louis returned to Aquitaine for the winter, leaving the old lion alone in Aachen. The succession was secured. The thread would hold. But as the winter of 813 closed in, covering the new Rome in a blanket of snow, the court felt the twilight deepening. Charlemagne stopped riding. He spent more time in the warm springs, trying to soothe the ache in his bones. He devoted his days to prayer and to correcting the text of the Gospels, checking the work of his scribes with obsessive care. He was preparing for a journey that required no horse. The long king was finally ready to sleep, but the winter air carried a chill that the thermal waters could no longer chase away. The autumn of 813 bleeds into a winter that feels heavier than any before. Louis has ridden back to Aquitaine, the crown of the empire packed in his baggage, leaving Charlemagne alone in the echoing halls of Aachen. The succession is secured, the political loose ends tied off with the rough knot of necessity. But the old emperor does not sit idle. He knows that securing the throne is only half the task. The other half is securing his soul. The altar at Aachen becomes the focal point of these final months, not just as a place of prayer, but as the counter across which the final business of his life is transacted. Charlemagne approaches his end with the same meticulous administrative energy he once applied to the Saxon wars. He treats death as a final audit. He summons his notaries and counts to witness his last will and testament. It is a document of staggering specificity, revealing a man who cannot bear the thought of chaos, even after he is gone. He takes the vast, accumulated treasure of his life, the gold of the Avars, the tribute of the Lombards, the silver of the Spanish raids, and divides it into 3 unequal shares. 2/3 of everything in the treasury is to be liquidated and distributed immediately to the 21 metropolitan cities of his empire, from Rome to Ravenna, from Salzburg to Bordeaux. It is a massive injection of wealth into the church, a spiritual insurance policy meant to purchase thousands of masses for his soul. The final third he keeps for his own daily use, to maintain the dignity of the court until the very moment he stops breathing. But even this reserve has strict instructions attached. Upon his death, it is to be subdivided again, some to his sons and daughters, some to the poor, and some to the servants of the palace. He forgets no one. Among the items listed in the inventory are 3 tables of silver that capture the imagination of the court. One is square, engraved with the map of the city of Constantinople. One is round, depicting the city of Rome. And the third, the largest and most beautiful, consists of 3 circles representing the whole world. These are not just furniture. They are the physical manifestations of his worldview. He possesses the East, the West, and the cosmos in silver. In his will, he orders that the table of the world be given to the Church of St. Peter in Rome, a final homage to the city that crowned him. But while the notaries scratch away at the parchment, the atmosphere in Aachen turns strange. The physical world seems to be cracking around the emperor, as if nature itself is preparing to evict him. Einhard, recording these final days with a mix of awe and superstitious dread, lists the omens that haunted the court. The palace at Aachen, built of stone and pride, is shaken by tremors. The wooden bridge over the Rhine at Mainz, the engineering marvel that Charlemagne intended to stand for centuries, catches fire and burns to the waterline in a single disastrous afternoon. It is a blow to his legacy, a sign that his works are mortal. Most chilling of all is the omen of the inscription. Inside the Palatine Chapel, a red inscription runs around the interior cornice, listing the builder of the church. It reads, Carolus Princeps, Charles the Prince. The story goes that in these final months, the letters of the word princeps began to fade, turning the color of dried blood, and then disappearing entirely into the stone, as if erased by an invisible hand. The emperor, whose eyesight is failing but whose mind is sharp, surely notices. He does not panic. He accepts it. He tells no one of his fears, but he redoubles his time in prayer. Despite the portents, the Iron King refuses to rot in bed. In late autumn, he organizes a hunting expedition in the forests of the Ardennes. It is a defiance of age. He is 71 years old, limping, likely suffering from gout, yet he insists on riding out. The hunt is the primal rhythm of the Frankish aristocracy, and Charlemagne will not die in a room that smells of medicine. He wants to smell the wet leaves and the horse sweat one last time. He spends the weeks of November in the saddle, pushing his body through the damp, freezing woods. It is a final burst of vitality, a rage against the dying of the light. He returns to Aachen in January 1814, not triumphant, but broken. The dampness of the forest has settled into his chest. He takes to his bed with a high fever. The doctors, the men he has ignored for years, gather around him. They recommend fasting, their standard cure for everything. Charlemagne, who has always believed that skipping a meal is a sign of weakness, tries to obey, but his strength is evaporating. He develops pleurisy, a sharp pain in his side that makes every breath a battle. In the quiet of the sick room, the emperor turns to his last intellectual project. He cannot wield a sword, but he can still defend the word. He spends his final conscious hours correcting the text of the Gospels. He has hired Greeks and Syrians to help him compare the Latin Vulgate with the original texts, fixing the errors of the scribes. It is a moving image. The illiterate boy, who grew up in a war camp, is ending his life as a philologist, trying to ensure that the book he leaves behind is perfect. He is tidying up the library of God before he turns out the lights. Outside, the winter winds howl around the octagon of the chapel. The water in the great thermal pool steams in the cold air, empty of swimmers. The court holds its breath. The messengers have been sent to Louis in Aquitaine, but the roads are blocked by snow. The distance that Charlemagne spent his life conquering has finally defeated him. He is alone with his daughters, his priests, and his God. The altar at Aachen waits for its final offering. The rain that began in the Dark Ages and lit a candle for Europe is guttering in the draught. The fever that grips the emperor in late January 814 is not a sudden assassin. It is a slow, suffocating fog. We are in the royal bedchamber at Aachen, a room likely hung with heavy woolen tapestries to keep out the draught, smelling of medicinal herbs, sage, thyme, and vinegar burned to purify the air. Charlemagne has ceased to be the Iron King who crossed the Alps. He is now a mortal man of 72, shivering under furs, his breath coming in shallow, painful rasps. The pleurisy has filled his chest with fluid. The doctors, helpless against the shutting down of such a massive engine, watch from the shadows. The court is paralyzed. The palace school has fallen silent. The swimming pool is empty. The only sound is the scratching of the notary's quills in the next room, finalizing the inventory of the world he is leaving behind. For 7 days, from January 21st to January 28th, Charlemagne refuses food, taking only a little water, believing that starvation might starve the fever. It is the last act of will from a man whose entire life was an assertion of will against chaos. But the body that survived Saxon ambushes and Avar arrows can no longer fight its own biology. On the morning of January 28th, a Saturday, the end arrives. The scene is recorded with hagiographic precision by Inhard and Tegan. The emperor, sensing the moment, asks for the communion. The Bishop of Cologne, Hildebold, administers the last rites. Charlemagne is too weak to speak to his courtiers, but his mind remains lucid. He makes the sign of the cross on his forehead, his chest, and his whole body. Then, gathering his remaining strength, he murmurs the words of the psalmist. In manus tuas, Domine, commendo spiritum meum. Into your hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit. He closes his eyes. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the heart of the West stops beating. The silence that follows is terrifying. For 46 years, this man has been the sun around which the European solar system revolved. Without him, the courtiers feel a sudden, vertigo-inducing darkness. But grief in the Middle Ages is a luxury. Protocol is a necessity. The body must be cared for. The washer of the sovereign, a specific and somber office, cleanse the corpse. It is a poignant final ritual for a man who loved the water so deeply. They dress him not in a shroud, but in the imperial regalia, the linen tunic, the silk dalmatic, the golden hose, and the jeweled shoes. They place a sword by his side, likely the famous Joyous, the blade that was said to change color 30 times a day. Then comes the question of the burial. Surprisingly, for a man who planned everything from the price of grain to the liturgy of the Mass, Charlemagne had left no specific instructions for his tomb. There was no grand mausoleum waiting. The canons of the church debate nervously. Some suggest Saint-Denis, the resting place of his father and grandfather, but the distance is too great, the roads too snowy. The consensus falls on the obvious choice, the chapel he built. He will sleep in the house of his own making. Here, history and legend diverge in a way that has haunted the imagination of Europe for a millennium. The official historical record suggests a traditional burial. They likely placed him in a magnificent Roman sarcophagus, the so-called Proserpina sarcophagus, a piece of ancient marble spolia depicting the abduction of Persephone, which Charlemagne had brought from Italy. It is a strange, pagan choice for a Christian emperor, but it reflects his obsession with reclaiming the classical past. They lowered this sarcophagus into a vault beneath the floor of the octagon, sealing it with a simple stone slab. But the legend of the tomb tells a different, far more cinematic story. Chronicles written centuries later and famously confirmed by Emperor Otto III when he opened the tomb in the year 1000, claim that Charlemagne was not laid down. He was buried seated. The legend says they placed him on a marble throne within the crypt, sitting upright as if he were still judging the world. In this version, he holds a scepter in his hand and a copy of the Gospels on his knees. A golden chain holds his diadem on his head. It is an image of the sleeping emperor, the king under the mountain, who has not died but merely waits. While modern archaeology leans toward the sarcophagus theory, the image of the giant sitting in the dark, staring at a closed book with dead eyes, is the one that stuck. It captures the feeling of the age. Charlemagne was too big to lie down. The funeral takes place on the very day of his death. It is hurried. Louis is still in Aquitaine, weeks away. The court fears that, if the news travels too fast, the Saxons or the Danes might rise before the heir can arrive. They bury him quickly to seal the succession. Above the vault, they erect a gilded arch with an inscription that defines him for eternity. Beneath this tomb lies the body of Charles, the great and orthodox emperor, who gloriously increased the kingdom of the Franks and reigned with great success for 46 years. It is the first time the word Magnus, great, is officially tethered to his name in death. Carolus Magnus, Charlemagne. When the stone slides into place, the golden age of Aachen effectively ends. The psychology of the empire shifts instantly. The palace of wisdom becomes a house of mourning. The countless daughters, the crowned doves, whom he loved too much to set free, are suddenly vulnerable. They know their brother Louis is coming. They know Louis disapproves of their lovers, their bastards, and their silk robes. The death of the father is the end of their protection. In Aquitaine, the messenger finally reaches Louis. The new emperor does not rush. He moves with a slow, deliberate gravity. He enters Aachen not as a son coming home, but as a judge arriving to clean house. One of his first acts is to expel the women of loose morals from the court, including his own sisters, whom he sends to nunneries. He burns the collection of old Frankish pagan songs his father loved. The vibrant, messy, intellectual, and slightly debauched atmosphere of Charlemagne's court is replaced by the hushed, monastic piety of Louis the Pious. But as the winter of 814 turns into spring, the absence of the Iron King is felt far beyond the palace walls. In the dark forests of the north, the Danes test the borders. In the Mediterranean, the Saracen pirates sharpen their cutlasses. The structure holds for now. The capitularies are still obeyed. The counts still collect the taxes. But the terror is gone. The empire was not a machine. It was a man. And the man is under the floor. As we stand in the nave of the Palatine Chapel, looking at the spot where the great stone slab was laid, we can feel the weight of what has been lost. The effort to unify Europe, to fuse the Roman past with the Germanic future, to create a city of God on earth, has lost its architect. The blueprints are there, but the builder is gone. The 9th century, which began with such blinding promise in St. Peter's, is about to slide into the shadows of civil war and Viking raids. The giant sleeps, and the wolves are gathering at the door. The tomb in Aachen is sealed, but the silence of the crypt does not extend to the world above. The empire Charlemagne built was a feat of personal will, a suspension of the laws of political gravity. And without the Titan to hold it up, the natural centrifugal forces of Europe begin to tear it apart. We enter the final act of the drama, the long, melancholy twilight of the Carolingians. Louis the Pious, the son who crowned himself, tries valiantly to maintain the unity of the Christianum Imperium. He is a man of high ideals, deeply concerned with the morality of the state, but he lacks the terrifying, visceral authority of his father. Where Charlemagne offered iron, Louis offers prayer. And in the 9th century, prayer is not enough to stop the Vikings. The cracks appear first within the family. The Frankish curse of partible inheritance, the belief that a kingdom is a cake to be sliced among sons, returns to haunt the dynasty. Louis has sons of his own: Lothair, Louis the German, and Charles the Bald. These three men do not see themselves as brothers in a holy fraternity. They see themselves as rivals for the soul of the world. The last years of Louis the Pious are a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions, filled with rebellions where the sons humiliate the father, imprisoning him, deposing him, and then fighting each other. When Louis finally dies in 840, the dam bursts. The civil war that follows culminates in a muddy, bloody stalemate at the Battle of Fontenoy in 841. It is said that so many Frankish nobles died there that the empire was left defenseless against the outsiders. Realizing that total victory is impossible, the brothers meet in 843 to sign the death certificate of the unified empire. This is the Treaty of Verdun. Look closely at the map drawn at Verdun. It is the ultrasound of modern Europe. The empire is sliced into 3 vertical strips. To the west, Charles the Bald takes West Francia, the land that will slowly, painfully evolve into France. To the east, Louis the German takes East Francia, the land of the Teutonic tribes that will harden into Germany. And in the middle, Lothair takes the Middle Kingdom, Lotharingia, a long, awkward corridor stretching from the Netherlands down to Italy, containing the imperial capitals of Aachen and Rome. This Middle Kingdom is a geographic tragedy, indefensible and doomed to be fought over by France and Germany for the next 1,000 years. Alsace-Lorraine, the Rhine, the Low Countries, the battlefields of World War I and II are etched into the parchment of 843. But while the grandsons squabble over borders, the horizon darkens. The wolves that Charlemagne had kept at bay now sense the weakness. From the north, the dragon-prowed ships of the Vikings slide up the Seine and the Rhine. They sack Paris. They burn the monastery of Lindisfarne. They stable their horses in the Palatine Chapel at Aachen itself. From the south, the Saracens raid Rome, looting St. Peter's. From the east, the Magyars, new horse lords from the steppes, bring fire to Bavaria. The central government collapses. The king cannot protect you anymore. People stop looking to Aachen for safety. They look to the local strongman, the count who has a stone tower and a sword. The empire dissolves into feudalism, the open sunlit world of Charlemagne's Missi Dominici is replaced by the closed, fortified world of the castle and the serf. Yet, as the political reality of Charlemagne crumbles, the idea of Charlemagne begins its ascent into immortality. He ceases to be a memory and becomes a myth. He enters the matter of France, the cycle of legends, where he is no longer a man, but the king of kings, a white-bearded patriarch sleeping under a mountain, waiting to return in the hour of greatest need. The church, which he served and bullied in equal measure, embraces him. In 1165, the antipope Pascal III, at the urging of Frederick Barbarossa, canonizes him. Technically, this canonization was never ratified by the official pope in Rome, so he is not Saint Charlemagne in the universal calendar, but in Aachen and Frankfurt, he is venerated as Blessed Charlemagne. His bones are taken out of the sarcophagus and placed in a golden shrine, the Karl Shrine, which you can still see today, a glittering box of medieval goldsmithing that encases the mortal remains of the giant. His legacy is inescapable. Every time a Napoleon or a Hitler or a bureaucrat in Brussels dreams of a united Europe, they are walking in his shadow. Napoleon famously visited the tomb in Aachen before his own coronation, declaring, "I am Charlemagne." He understood that to rule Europe, you must claim the inheritance of the Frankish king. The Charlemagne Prize is awarded today to those who foster European unity. The very currency of the European Union, the euro, is a distant echo of the standardized silver denarius he imposed on his realm. But his most intimate legacy is right in front of your eyes. Look at the letters on this screen. The shape of the A, the E, the G. This is the Carolingian minuscule. We are still writing in the script that Alcuin and the monks of Tours perfected to save civilization from illegibility. We divide our currency, until recently, into pounds, shillings, and pence based on his system: libra, solidus, denarius. We count our time by the calendar he refined, the educational curriculum of the liberal arts, the structure of the university, the preservation of the Latin classics. These are the stones of the cathedral he built, a cathedral made of mind and memory that outlasted the stone walls of Aachen. Charlemagne was a man of profound contradictions, a pious Christian who massacred 4,500 Saxons, a devoted father who refused to let his daughters marry, a semi-literate barbarian who saved the literature of Rome. He was the father of Europe. Pater Europae, a title given to him by a poet in his own lifetime. It is a fitting title, for like a father, he was loved, feared, and occasionally rebelled against. But he left an imprint on the family that can never be erased. The camera of history pulls back now, rising above the dome of the Palatine Chapel, higher and higher. The stone octagon becomes a speck in the green expanse of the Rhineland. We see the Rhine flowing to the sea, the Alps rising in the south, the Pyrenees standing guard in the west. The borders have changed 1,000 times since 814. The languages have drifted apart. The armor has turned to rust. But the foundation remains. The dream of a shared civilization, of a world held together by law and faith, still haunts the continent. The candle that was lit in the Dark Ages flickers, but it has not gone out. The story is told. The legions have marched, the monks have written, and the emperor has slept. Now, let the heavy velvet of the past settle over you. Imagine the great map of Europe folding up, the rivers and mountains softening into the landscape of your dreams, the noise of the battles, the clash of iron at Tours, the horn blowing at Roncesvalles fades into a gentle, rhythmic hum, like the sound of wind moving through an ancient forest. Let go of the dates, let go of the names. They are safe in the books, guarding the corridors of history so you don't have to. Picture the snow falling on the courtyard at Aachen, thick and silent, blanketing the stone in white. The thermal steam rises into the night air, a soft, warm mist that wraps around the palace, hiding it from the world. Inside, the candles have burned down to stubs. The scribes have put away their quills. The court is asleep. Feel the weight of your own body sinking into the bed. Just as the old king sank into his rest, his work finally done. There is no more administration to manage, no more borders to defend. The Missi Dominici have gone home. the Iron Crown is put away. There is only the quiet, the safety of the dark, and the steady, reassuring breathing of the night. You are part of this long, unbroken chain of human story. But for now, your only duty is to rest, to drift, to let the current of sleep carry you away from the empire of the day into the kingdom of dreams. The history will be there when you wake. Now, there is only peace. Sweet dreams.